Hello, snacks, and welcome to my web, Spidere Girl Cute Pepper Senpai. And today we are doing and finishing, most likely, our talk of the Spidere lore. Woohoo! Congratulations to us! Yay! Nice to meet everybody. I see we got a couple people in chat. We got Rin and Captain Firespitter. Hello, thank you for being here. So yes, we will be talking about that lore she is. We're gonna finish up the characters, and also we have a couple of stories that I'm gonna tell that I'm quite interested to tell. Um, about that have are like about some of the extra history and adventures that have happened within the Mostari Lost universe. Three in particular, one being Monster Play, another one being The Quiet Year of the Lopai, which is the one that's recently just happened, and the third one being Wanderlust. Three separate stories that have come together and have shown up on the channel before, and now I get to really talk about them and tell you kind of like the synopsis of all of them. Um, I'm gonna get some music on, some jams, some musical jams. How are my friends? How are my loves? How are my chats? My snacks? Thousands of drops of match into the lower. Whoops, not funny. Did not laugh. What? What? What's not funny? What'd I do? Why are you burning the stream, Fire Spitter? already ruined. Everything ruined already. Okay. I'm gonna get some cute music this time, I think. What's this one? Yeah, this is pretty classic. This is classic Pepper music. Yeah, okay, I'll turn it up slightly. That should be good, I think. Some nice, yeah, nice chill Pepper music. Some chill cutesies. We have the rainy background because it's rainy again where I am. But it's like a nice rain today. And also, like, there, see how the trees are green back there? It's because all the trees are finally getting green and I love it. It makes me so happy. Like, finally everything is becoming green again. Because it's getting, like, summery and all that. You were talking to Fire Spitter, burning the stream isn't funny. Yeah, what the heck? What, my stream it's been lit aflame. Watch this. Wait. Wait. I can make this funny. I can make this funny. Hang on. I got this. Oh my god, we're on fire! Oh my gosh, it's so fiery! Look, it's all yellow and orange. Oh my gosh, it's so fiery. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, let's put things back to normal. I can't believe you do that. Can't believe you. Okay. What can I say? I have my flights of fancy and voices are saying burn them. Don't hurt me. Okay, so we're just gonna go right to the other screen. Here we are, the other screen. And we can see all the characters we've talked about so far, checked off and everything. I'm gonna slide us a little bit over to the side so I can look at everything. Okay. I'm gonna look at everything that happened on the stream so I can see you guys talking and chatting and talking. Because I'd like to know what you guys are saying and what your thoughts are on everything as we go. Okay, here we go. Okay, so now I can see everything too. Perfect. Alright, so we have a few ways we can choose a character again. Oh, also, let me change my border. So does anyone want to choose a character we talk about today, or should we do another, like, random draw with the card? With the special card effects? We have a few ways to go about it. There we go, now we're into the pink color scheme. Perfect. Perfect. Five persons, I've really been covering a lot, my goodness. Yeah, we are almost done. We are going to be able to finish it this stream. I expected to get this done in one stream, but things didn't really go that way. So we have now stream number 3 of trying to go through all this. Because the lore has really leveled up since I last time did a stream lore summary thing. This is the in-depth stuff. Your voices are cringe? My voices? What does that even mean? Rin says, no! No, what are you talking about? Why are you talking Fire Spitter? Stop calling Fire Spitter cringe. You're being cringe. Only cringe people use the word cringe. That's the rule. I don't make up the rule, but that's the rule. Redeem cards. Nah, it's fine. Fire Spitter is great. I love Fire Spitter. No need for silly nonsense in the chat, like telling cringe and all that. No, Fire Spitter is awesome. I don't know names, so card drawing is all I can do. Redeem cards. I think it's it's just one. I don't think it's cards. It's just card. Redeem card. Hell yeah. Okay, let's see. Is it gonna pop up? It's gonna pop up in a second. There it is. It popped up in a second, just like I said it would. I know everything, as you know. Let's do a card draw. I gotta go to my dice and roll and see what we get. We're gonna start having trouble at soon enough because like all these characters aren't on cards, and so we're not gonna have the things. Don't let the voices win. Don't let the voices burn us. Don't let them burn us live. Okay. Let's see. We rolled a new card. Good job. We got a new card coming in today. Hang on. There we go. It's creepy card. Gilmeyer. So I made a creepy image because I thought it'd be kind of neat. I made a creepy image of what kind of a Gilmeyer looks like in general. Or like a typical species of one. Or like individual of the species. And I think it looks pretty creepy. Gilmeyer, creature, affliction. So this means we can't use this as a character card to like talk about our next character, but it's still good lore to talk about. Creature, affliction. Gilmeyers come into being when an individual survives a Gilmeyer attack and becomes afflicted with the disease themselves. The primary symptom, once caught, is the abnormal sprouting of extra mouths, eyes, and arms, which will open up directly into the flesh across the body. For example, if a mouth grew on someone's arm, you'd be able to see the arm bone within. Once turned, the individual becomes immortal and gains an insatiable urge to feed the extra mouths. The life expectancy is immortal, but they can be killed. Species type, affliction, humanoid to monstra. Because basically it's one of those things that's kind of like vampirism. You go from being not a monstra into a monstra. Monstra being monsters. The size varies among the afflicted, but they can grow up to 1.5 times the original size before affliction over time. That doesn't happen to every one of them, but it can happen with enough time and lifelong living. Location, most common in the Cognatus Empire, although they have also been sprouting around up and about in Kodai as well recently. So that's our card for right now. It's the creepy Gilmeyer, which is going to be staring at us from over there for now. Hi, Be Your Best. Welcome to the stream. Lordy what? Also, welcome back. Yay, second stream for Be Your Best. Second stream. We got a second stream here. Second streamer. Today we're talking about my lore for my world and my characters and all that. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed the lore. It's gonna be a talking stream and with a lot of fun character descriptions and world descriptions. Rin says, ugh, Gilmeyers, terrible creatures. Yeah, they're a little freaky. They mess people up a bit. We know of one that's pretty cool though, and hot, and also cool. Hello, person with no username. Are you the person that was here a while ago? Misi, was it? Or something like that? Are you Misi? Because I think that's a different profile picture, but also I could just be wrong. Rin says, can you get rid of the Gilmeyer affliction? That's a good question. Currently in my terms of my writing, I haven't written anything like that, but I assume there is no natural cure to it. But there are ways where you can more or less hide it. Like, there is a particular character who we might actually talk about later that comes from my Wanderlust storyline, who performs special surgeries for people to help them look more like how they perceive themselves. Kind of like transitioning, but instead of it being about gender, it's more about kind of like monstra presentation. So if someone who looked like a Gilmeyer wanted to look a little bit less out there, could go to a person like this to probably kind of get some sort of surgeries to to change their appearance a little bit. Loster could just burn it out of you. I think they would die. I don't think you can burn a mouth off. Maybe I'll burn it shut or something, but I don't think you can burn a mouth off. Same thing for an eyeball. I don't know about that. Or like, I mean, maybe you can burn an arm off, but I don't think any of that's comfortable. We do have a Gilmeyer character here, as we have talked about before in one of the previous streams. Gilmeyer character right here with Marilyn. She's got the tongue tummy. She's a little freaky. I love her. She's awesome. So there's one. You know, I should probably, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do the thing. I'm gonna save this image. I'm gonna save this image so the zoom isn't all weird. There you go. New wallpaper coming in. New wallpaper just dropped. I'm saving the image, making it official. Okay, there you go. And then I can just open it up. Here we go. Except the things are kind of slid over a little bit. There we go. Okay. Rin says, yes, you are correct, Pepper. I said, though, this is the side effect of killing you. Yeah, kind of, yeah, burning, it's not gonna be comfy. I wouldn't recommend that as, like, what to do in this situation. Are you able to burn the diabetes out of me without killing me, or will that also just kind of kill me? These are big questions. Okay. I saw you tried redeeming a card again, but I guess it didn't work because we had redeemed it one within the past couple minutes. But I will do it anyways, because what the fudge? I don't mind right now. Now is a good time to not have a cooldown on the cards, since the cards are kind of like the main thing today. Which card we get now? Okay, we already talked about this character. It's Isla, though, but I will read the card. But we already did talk about this character. As you can see, this character is crossed off back there. Isla Tentacly. This one is art by me, Jilax Ferryman. Survival is a coin... We've been getting this card a lot recently also, by the way. Survival is a coin flip for anyone who comes across Isla. For some, she's a kind and sweet Jilax, offering underwater transportation, while for others, she's a strangely polite hunter with a taste for flesh. Either way, it begins and ends with her stomach. With the ability to open up her entire torso, she will either use her body to transport people across the sea, or to fill her stomach in the more traditional sense. I'm so sorry, but my services are closed, so I finished my lunch break, she says. Yeah. So we will see if we can get a different character. When does Isla become gender solid? That's a good question, you know what? That's a good solid freaking question. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? What would gender solid be? I feel like gender solid would be just... Like, if someone's gender fluid, then the gender solid... That means they go between genders. Then the opposite of fluid is solid. And the opposite of gender fluid is probably just, like, not being gender fluid. So I'm assuming gender solid is just people who have one gender. I'm assuming that's the case. Cis people are the gender solids. You are so funny. Yes, you are so funny. Fire says, thank you. I wish I can remember names. Faces, yes. Names, no. Well, that's okay. You don't even have to say names if you want to just look at the screen and, like, say the character with the glasses, or the red hair person, or the girl with the red horns, or the green one, or whatever. Or the guy with the scarf. Whatever you want. Gender plasma. Oh my gosh. Gender gas. Oh my gosh. Okay, so now that's bringing up a whole new level of things. I like that. I like gender gas and gender plasma. See, that now we're getting to, like, a spectrum of matter within the genders. This is where the big questions come up.
Gender Newtonian fluid.
Gender Newtonian fluid. Gender neutron. Because it's Jimmy Neutron, but gender neutron. In 2024, Jimmy Neutron isn't Jimmy Neutron. He's gender neutron.
Because of woke.
Because of woke. The wokes have taken over. Jimmy Neutron isn't Jimmy Neutron. He's gender neutron. SpongeBob, In 2024, he's Sponge Boob. Gender Bose-Einstein condensate. I don't even know what that one is. Gender superfluid. What the heck does that mean? Have we covered Rias? The newest character you made? Rias. The newest character. The newest character. Rias. I don't... The newest character on this list that I've drawn... The most recent one I've drawn is this one, Sylvia. She was the most recent one added to the list, although I made her as a character much longer ago.
Wasn't the drawing of Hari-chan newer?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Rio. You mean Rio. Okay, we can do Rio. That's this one. Yeah, this drawing isn't... This one's like a year old at this point, I think. Yeah, we can do Rio. I love Rio. She's awesome. And I've actually been doing some stuff with her recently. As in, one of those stories I was talking about, Monster Play, features her heavily. Spring Boob Squire Pants. Perfect. I remember that one. I know that reference. Oh, kill me. I burped pee. I know that reference. So, Rio. Yes, we can talk about Rio. Let me get a good old image. Oh, did you mean, like, recent because she's, like, one of the more recent cards? Because she might be one of the more recent cards, but, like... These drawings have existed for a lot longer than the cards have. Like, the last time I did a drawing was, like, 6 months ago. Drawing takes a lot of effort. I do want to do more art streams, though. Maybe that'll be the next donation goal thing. Will be an art stream. Once we do the Jackbox stream. Which will hopefully be next week if everyone's available. Okay, let's bring up a Rio art. So I have a few different Rios to show you. First, we'll show you the main Rio. Here we go, the main Rio. This is her. Let's take a good old look at Rio. A nice zoom in, and we can take a close up. Take a close up look. Yeah, look at that Rio. Look at that Rio. I love her. Her thighs are larger in this one. She's got the sword. Got the armor. She's got like double boots. I don't know what that's about, but it's funny looking. So that's Rio. She also came about, like, in the same way Skya did, as in, I designed her in Skyrim years ago. And so I actually have a Skyrim original image of Rio. This is what she looks like if you're thinking of, like, want to think of her in looking more realistic. This is, like, this is Rio. This is another example of Rio. She's awesome. She's also really weird and kind of a nut. But she's cool. Yes. Sword. Yes, she also has a sword, like a jaggedy short sword sort of thing. She is pretty, thank you. Extra secure, so true. Pretty cool, thank you. So yeah, Rio Raynell. Let me add her name to the screen. Rio Raynell. Rio Raynell, that's her name. Okay, cool. So funny enough, one of the things I could read to you right now actually is a bit of Monster Play. So I've been spending the past couple of days writing basically, I don't know what it would be called, like a semi-novelization, but not really, of Monster Play. It's not really a novelization, but it's more like writing down all the dialogue and events. Just so there's like an easier way to digest it rather than watching 20, like 3-hour streams, you know? Like 60 hours of content. Instead of doing that, you can just like read a thing. So, I think that's just a useful way to have kind of things collected, and I've been writing that. And I might read that as well as part of her background. But first, let me see if I can get her lore up here. Let's show you here. Let's see, I think I have a character sheet of her, and if I do, then we can send that into the server as well. Do I not have a Rio character sheet? I thought I did. Maybe not. I guess I can't send a Rio character sheet, but still, we have some info. I might as well just bring her card up also, just because I know no one's rolled the card yet, so no one's gotten the first dibs on the Rio card. But I'm gonna bring it up anyways, just so we can get some of her info. Rio Raynell. There's the same art that I drew. I'm really proud of it. Human fighter. Rio is a rather rambunctious character who will spout out the first words that come to her mind, quite unaware of what is... Ooh. Thank you for the sweet. Tim, so tasty. I will also draw a new card after this. Who will spell out the first words that come to her mind, quite unaware of what is normally socially acceptable. Recently, however, her life has taken a dark turn as she fought against her adopted father's corruption in keeping the secrets of the Blue Mist from the public. It was her and her newfound friends that discovered this plot and released the power to the outside. I'm going to harvest your meat, Mr. Wolf. That's one of her quotes. And that was one of her quotes in her voice. Her voice is like a husky, cool voice. I have done one stream as her in Skyrim as well. Which I need to do more of at some point when I'm back into the Skyrim mood. She's also a spurg? What's a spurg? I have no idea what that means. What does that mean? Another word for being autism? It sounds like that's not a good one. I think that's a bad one. She probably is a little bit autistic, but I don't know if that's a good term, honestly. I would recommend not using that one. In any case, though, let me see what was I gonna say. Yeah, let me see if I have some other notes on her. I believe I do. She seems like she has a touch of the autism. She does. I would say she does. I think that's pretty fitting. But also, yeah, please don't use that word. The one you said earlier, the shortened one. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, I don't even have a template. But this card is all we have in terms of like written up lore besides the like actual story that she's from, which I will do a little bit of reading of. Let's see. I'm gonna pause the music. Hang on, that song ends in 3 seconds. Perfect. Okay, so I would like to do a little bit of a reading. I'm gonna do a little bit of a reading to you, Sneaks. This is a long one. So there is, I think this is a perfect time to do it since we just redeemed the Rio Raynell card and also had the Rio Raynell conversation of the character. So I'm going to tell you at least a little smidge of the story of Monster Play. This may take a little bit because it's a few pages, but it'll give you a little bit of an idea of where she comes from and what she's about. So, Monster Play is a tabletop podcast I did over a year ago at this point. I had one season of it. It was pretty cool. There were about 20 episodes, 20 streams basically. And it had some really cool developments. And I'm going to read you what is the equivalent of the first section of the first stream, the first episode. I'm going to read the like the writing up of it, you know, if that makes sense. Okay. So, day 1. Bright sunny day, 9 a.m., a little warm out, no clouds, lush, full foliage, a little bit humid and steamy. So, Rio is the character in this. She was the NPC character I played for Monster Play, because I was the DM, but I had a bunch of players playing their own characters as well, who we will see in this, who I won't be able to do quite the right voice for, but I will try a little bit of a voice for them. So, all player characters came across the flyer looking for people to help kill someone, advertising basically like, hey, come here, meet me in this location, in this town, if you want to help me kill somebody. And the players were like, that's pretty interesting flyer, that's unique. Usually they just say like, hey, letter to go on a board and like fight something or like do a battle or go on an adventure, not just like, hey, help me do a murder. But the player characters happen to each come across this flyer and then meet in this town. And this is that story, including Rio. So, yeah. The flyer says, "Would you like to help murder someone? Meet me here." And it has the marketplace of the town Metamok marked down. The character Quack Raw, an owlet, which is like an owl person, a type of bird person from Monster Lost, received it from his teacher, Doom Ashwood, telling him to seek out this adventure and seek out new friends before being sent on his way. Machi, one of the very few other Spidere characters, like my species, human spider person, came across the flyer pinned to a wall on a bounty board. Quack and Machi just happened to stay in the same inn in Metamok, and Quack comes down from his room in the inn to see Machi checking out at the front counter. Quack is a little bit hungover and sees Machi and walks up to her. And then here's some dialogue. I'm gonna do silly voices for them based off of the voices that the players did when we did the story, which is like mostly their own voices, except for like Brett doing a nice funny voice for Quack. Quack Raw, hello there. I noticed you are red. And then Machi says, "Oh, hi. I didn't notice you there. You are very short. Yes, I am also red. How can I help you?" And Quack says, "Just looking around, noticed you kind of stood out. Noticed you have a note there." Machi. Actually, you know what? I'll put this on the screen so you guys can actually read it also. I think that might be a good idea. Let's. Bum ba dum ba dum bum bum ba dum bum bum ba dum ba dum bum bum ba dum. Would this be right? That doesn't seem right. Where are you? Oh, here we go. There we go. Okay, so here we go. Now you can read along with me. Okay, perfect. I do have a note here. Looks kind of similar to mine. Not sure if they're related at all. You also got this note. Are you going to kill someone too? Maybe. I'm not sure. I killed someone last night. Feeling weird about it. Why did you kill someone? He trapped me in a cage for months. Yeah, that's fair. Yup. Man at counter gets nutted. They aren't moving the line along. Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't paid. Hold on. Machi pays and moves on. I said that in the Quack voice for no reason. Did you break it? Never mind. Did I break what? Nah, it's all good. We're here. We got the notes. So this note here says to meet at the marketplace, but it doesn't say when. I figured we just head there. I gotta be honest, I feel like this guy's playing us. I haven't been around the block too much, but I think he might be setting us up to murder us, which is great, because if I'm right about this, we could end up with a free body. As long as I don't end up in a cage, I'm happy. The two make their way towards the marketplace. Following a dirt path, they reach the marketplace. Many multicolored tents put up, each with a stall in them being manned by someone. Lots of people. Meet in a circular small courtyard coliseum within the market area. So, okay, I'd never know what these are called. Are they called, like, theaters? Jody, you might know this.
What?
Like, you know, in, like, a lot of time in, like, the Roman places, there was one in Forgotten City, like, the
amphitheater?
Amphitheater.
No, amphitheater.
Amphitheater.
People say amphitheater, but it's amphitheater.
Amphitheater.
Yeah.
It's like the half.
Yeah.
The half thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna write that down.
Wait, let me double check that that's actually. I mean,
I could search it up.
I remember there being a misconception about this.
Amphitheater. An open air venue used for entertainment, performances, and sports.
I think amphitheaters are specifically like the fully round ones.
Yeah, no, it'd be a half circle one.
Hang on.
I'm looking for a half circle. Jody's doing the research for me. Fires versus the amphitheater. Amphitheater.
Oh, just a theater.
It's just called a theater?
Yeah, whereas an amphitheater is the one that's like round because.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting. Courtyard. I'll call it a theater then. Courtyard theater within the market area. Sees the other player characters gathered here with flyers also, as well as some other stragglers. Machi walks up and taps on Echo's shoulder. Machi says, "Are you here also for this job?" Machi thrusts the flyer in Echo's face. Echo says, "Yeah." Machi says, "Awesome, we are too. I'm very excited. Do you have any idea where this guy is?" Machi sits there with a thinking face. And then, okay, you might recognize this line. It's from the freaking Echo card. This is all literally me, like, writing down what was said in the stream. Like, almost word for word. Without the, like, jibber jabber and funny commentary aspects. Just, like, the story aspects. And so, Echo, being played by Scarlett, means Echo has a southern accent. And I was actually thinking about this earlier. Like, what if that's part of the devil's things? What if devils naturally oftentimes had a southern accent? Jody, what do you think about that?
I'm sorry? What?
So, Scarlett played Echo,
Mm-hmm.
and Scarlett has a southern accent, which meant that Echo had a southern accent. Echo being a devil. And I'm wondering, like, should it be a story thing where devils oftentimes have a southern accent?
No, because if any devils come up in our tabletop series, it's going to be harder for me to do.
Okay. Echo says, I'm not really that active outside the forest, so this is all new. I hope if any of them are watching any of my player characters from this series, I hope they like my impressions of them. Rin says, no, cursed, bad. It is funny, though, imagining, like, characters, the devils, like, that are from the ancient Egypt-looking place, but having, like, heavy southern accents. Like, I'm imagining someone walking down, like, a pyramid, and then going, like, hey, what's going on over yonder? Okay, Mikhail speaks up and tries to pickpocket Echo, who instantly notices. Echo grabs Mikhail's hand. Echo, a devil raised by family in the woods, has a complicated history and doesn't much like people. What are you doing? And then Mikhail, yeah, you got one of those note things too, right? Echo says, yes. Would you kindly take your hand out of my pocket? Yeah, sure thing, Chief. You're the boss, says Mikhail. Meanwhile, Marlin is noticing a hooded figure in red standing at the edge of the courtyard watching them. Marlin, a capital city superhuman guard, had come across the flyer also on a bounty board. Did I spell flyer wrong here? Did I use the British spelling of flyer? With the Y? Is that I'm keeping it. Yeah, fuck you, Google Docs. I'm gonna be British now. Everyone claims I'm British, and now I'm just proving it, apparently. You all want to make a deal? That's pretty good. Be your best. Thank you. Gotta love a southern accent, though it carries a different charm to it. It does. The European spelling, yes, indeed. Okay. That is how they spell in Europe. Oh, man, I'm proving Zach right that I'm British apparently. Okay. Mikhail, a down on his luck street urchin demon, came across the flyer, being told it would lead to some info on his long missing parents. Marlin walks over to the group, having noticed the pickpocket. Marlin, what the heck's going on? I like doing my friends' voices. Nothing's going on, just talking about notes. Just a slight misunderstanding. Just then the hooded figure jumps down the Colosseum steps, or the theater steps. The theater steps. She removes her hood to reveal she is Rio Raynell. There we go, there's Rio. There's Rio coming in. Are you all ready to kill somebody? Hell yeah. Wait, what? Already on it. Quack holds up the skull he keeps with him. Hell yes, bird person, Rio introduces herself. My name is Rio Raynell, and today I will bring you on a quest of wonder, peril, and danger. We will be killing the Goblin King. Are you ready for adventure? Machi begins drooling at the thought of tasty goblins. Yes. I'm hesitant about the whole killing situation, but I'm still in it for the curiosity, and the prize at the end. Is he a bad king? Says Quack. Rio shrugs. I don't know. He's a goblin. Machi says, sounds like food. Let's go. Quack says, I do like food. Machi says, see, this guy gets it. Marlin says, curious. Such a Delta thing to say. He is nearby here. Let us all go. Those brave enough, follow me. Rio pauses and turns back to the group. And thank you for finally showing up. I've been searching for the Goblin King for many weeks. Everyone else has died. That bodes well. Do we get paid for this? Yeah, do we get paid for this? You can keep whatever you find on the way, as well as honor. Sounds like a plan. Did the Goblin King do something to you, or... says Quack. Rio raises her sword. I just want to kill a goblin. Machi says, morally ambiguous. Sounds great. Quack, suspicious. Why? Rio says, all these goblins are pillaging and raiding our towns, killing us over and over again. I don't know if it's the king ordering it, but we might as well kill him and put a stop to them all anyways. I'm sure he's out there somewhere. Quack says. Do you even know if there's a king? No. Okay. Maybe we should figure that out first. That's the point of the adventure. We find the king, and we kill him. Meanwhile, while Quack is distracted, Mikhail pickpockets all of his 120 gold. Crowd is shuffling around uncomfortably from this weirdo conversation. Stop messing around. Pay attention to my speech. Most of the crowd dissipates and leaves, disappointed. Quack looks to Machi. Are you sure about this? This seems a little off. I don't know. I mean, think about it this way. If there are no goblins, we can just eat her, ridding everyone of an annoyance. Why are all your decisions based upon eating people? You know, that's a great question. I've been trying to break that habit because it's a horrible, horrible stereotype based entirely in truth. My species eats everyone. No one likes us because of that, but it's okay. It's not a big deal. Machi looks at the ground awkwardly. Yeah, I'm trying to break that. Sorry. At least you're working on it. Quack looks toward the others. Are you all in for this? Marlon goes, yeah. Mikhail, counting money, disinterested. Maybe. Rio jumps off the stage. All right, perfect. Follow me. Machi says, I guess we no longer have a choice. Let's go. Rio leads the party through the market and out of the city into the grassy plains beyond the gates. And while that's happening, I'm going to read chat. European spellings are great. It's funny. Apparently, I've been just doing this a lot. Just want to kill a goblin. That is what Rio wanted. Just going for it. Fire Spirit says a certain silver-ranked slayer would definitely approve that statement. Silver-ranked slayer? Is that one of your characters, Fire Spirit? Gumi burpee. Okay, so they leave the city, go into the grassy plains, and follow a path for a little bit until they reach an intersection. And Rio says, there are a few places I think the goblins could be hiding. The fresh, wet cave to the east, or the wetlands to the west. Everything's wet? Yes. I don't know if I want to go into a cave. Seems kind of cramped in there. Maybe wetlands would be better. Machi looks in both directions, thinking, caves might be the better option here, because there you can't get your feet stuck. I got wings. I'll go with the cave. I'm gonna say cave. Onwards! The party turns eastward, towards the cave. I'll scout ahead. Go ahead, bird person. Quack flies upwards, scanning the path to the east. And then also rolls a nat 1. I feel like when I write this, I'm not gonna include any of the rolls except for nat 1s and nat 20s. Just to give a little bit of explanation of why a thing went a certain way. Because, unfortunately, because of the nat 1, Quack manages to fly directly into the only cloud in the sky, dizzying himself, before returning to the party. Well, there's a lot of cloud up there. I don't know. I think you're supposed to look around when you scout ahead. So, something got on my eye, alright? Rio gazes away. I've been looking all around for this Goblin King. There are only 2 places left to look. Who here would like to take point? Ma'am, you're the one leading us into a death trap. What the heck? I'm just here for adventure. Fair point. Why do you need us? Well, I don't want to die. Then you've chosen the wrong people. What makes you think you're gonna die? I don't want to go into something too dangerous. Yeah, if this is too much, I'm getting out of here. Quack looks to Rio. Well, since you're the one who wants us to do this, why don't you lead us to the cave? Machi nods in agreement. I don't want to. Every party I've led this far has ended up dead. I'm taking a break from leading. Why are they dying? Is it goblins killing them? There's a lot. Is it you? It's not me. Echo rolls her eyes, tired of standing around, and starts to walk ahead. The party follows. They pass a beachside and some thinly settled woods until they reach a small mountain covered in trees and foliage. They notice 2 paths around either side of the mountain and an overgrown path directly into the mouth of the cave at the base of the mountain. This must be it. Looks like a cave to me. Shall we go in? Rio says, turning to Mikhail. Man, this seems like a death trap. I'll go in, but I'm not going first. Marlon inconspicuously walks by Mikhail, the recent pickpocketing still on his mind. Everyone keep your hands to yourself while we're in there. Marlon turns to speak directly at Mikhail now. Keep your spindly fingers to yourself. Sure, Chief. You're the boss. You speak like a goblin, despite being a not goblin. That's kind of rude. Machi chimes in. Not all goblins are bad. Some of them are nice. Aren't we on the path to kill their king? Yeah, but not all of them are bad. I've met a couple of nice ones. One of them killed my sister last week. Like I said, not all of them are great. Another one killed my mom the week before. If you've been hunting goblins for a while, do you think that might be your fault? No. Alright. A whistling of wind comes from the entrance of the cave. The party examines it, noticing it covered in splatters of paint and scattered fabrics. This seems more like a hoarding cave than that of an actual goblin cave. I don't like it. Rio grabs Quack by the ring. Rio grabs Quack by the ring and starts marching ahead. Let's go already. Why me? Why me? Why? Wait, no. Wait, hold on. No, I need him. Machi follows and pulls on Quack's other wing, only for them both to be dragged along by Rio. Machi, help! I'm trying. She's too strong. What does this woman eat? A lot of vegetables. And pork. Echo runs after them. Shouldn't we find a different way? Rio pauses and turns back to Echo. Which way would that be? Maybe we should look for a side entrance, so we don't go straight into it. Quack, catching his breath. I mean, even if we don't know these people, or we don't even know if these people are enemies yet. That's true. We probably should not kill them if they're minding their own business. Machi stands and thinks before turning to Rio. You like to kill them because they killed your family? They did that last week. And the week previous before that. But I've been hunting them for months. You don't sound very broken up about it. Not really. They probably have a vendetta against you. They might. What if we brought you in fake captured so you could go get close to them? I could trust you guys if you don't tie me up too much. If your family was only killed these past few weeks, why have you been hunting them for months? What are you talking about? She was already hunting them before they killed her family. Oh, I thought them killing your parents was the driving force here. Nope. I've been wanting to kill these fuckers for a while. Well, if we're gonna bring you in pretending captured, I should probably tie your hands behind your back. I'm kinda nervous, but it's a good idea. Think about it. Have you ever gotten this close? Yeah? This close with their guard down? No. Good point. Okay, you can tie my hands, but do it loosely. We could give you something of ours to give you some sense of safety, so if we were to run away from you, we'll be losing that very important thing. I like that idea. Perhaps I could keep it if one of you dies. Rio turns to Quack, looking at the skull tied to his belt. Hey, bird person, I like that skull. Quack, holding the skull closer. I also like my skull a lot. I don't know if I'd be willing to. I'll do your plan if you let me wear it like a hat. A hat? A hat. Wouldn't they just take a hat from you? Alright, I'll just put it in my pack. Anyone else want to offer something up? Is that skull important to you? Quite. It's the skull of the man who captured me. What if I offered you my necklace instead of taking his skull? What's it worth to you? It's my grandmother's, so it's kind of important. I'll take it. Rio takes it and actually puts it on immediately. Echo looks on uncomfortably. Quack pulls Echo to the side for a second. Hey, I'm planning on tying her tightly and not letting her get out. I don't know if you want to offer up your necklace. I don't think Rio has the best intentions. It's fine. If anything happens, I'll just find her and kill her. Oh, then you're fine if we offer up the necklace? Yeah, as long as I can get it back. Okay. Quack and Echo return to the group. This works. Quack looks to Rio. Almost done, by the way, with this. Cringe. Hell fucking yeah, thank you. Thank you, Thomas Korea. Fucking hell yeah, everyone. High five, everybody. We did it. We did it. We got some cringe. We got some cringe. Oh yeah, high five, everybody. High five. We're clapping. We're clapping. We got a cringe. We got a cringe in chat. Cringe in chat.
Pepper.
Woo! Woo!
I love when my girlfriends cringe.
Hell yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah.
Let me read some of the chat real quick. Also, before we continue. Applause. We got cringe in chat. Hell yeah. Firespear says, no, I was simply referring to Goblin Slayer. I remember Goblin Slayer. I haven't watched that since it came out. Firespear says, the curse of the nat 1s and 20s. I remember rolling 3 nat 20s in a row for an interrogation sequence. For the next session, I got 2 nat 1s. It's payment for them nearly started an elven civil war. That sounds pretty intense. Wow. Jeez. I love when that sort of funny stuff happens. Okay, let's continue. We're almost done. It's the bottom's right there. And I'm gonna keep working on this and probably send it in like chapter by chapter, episode by episode / whatever into the server as well. If anyone ever wants to read it. So Quack looks to Rio. So is this sufficient enough for you to go in and captured? Just don't tie me up too bad. I need to fight if it comes to it. Your weapon also shouldn't be visible on you. Can you conceal it or let us hold on to it? We can throw it to you when it's time. Mikhail with ulterior motives. I'll hold on to it. I prefer to keep it underneath my cloak. Marlin quietly. Cloaca? Rio, I don't have... Excuse me? That's fucking Delta for you. That's just... That's Delta being Delta. You don't know who Delta is, I don't think. Some of you in the chat. Some of you do. Hasn't been on the channel in a while, but that's him. Quack begins to tie Rio up rather tightly with some of his hemp rope. Hey, this is getting a bit tight. Yep, all for the convincing. I don't know about this. But if it's too loose, they'll think we're cheating them. I guess that makes sense. The party forms up. Quack holds his glaive up to Rio at her side. Machi stands behind her with her mace. Martin holds up his own glaive out and stands out in front, while Echo and Mikhail take up the back. The party slowly enters the cave into what is nearly pitch-black darkness, seemingly empty inside. The only light is from a nearly burnt-out torch on the left wall of the large cavern, about 7 meters away. It is lighting up a rotted wooden door in the rock. Martin pulls out his own torch and lights up the rest of the area around them. The party notices a tunnel at the front, with rows of chairs on both sides, and an aisle in the middle. The chairs are somewhat scattered and rather crudely built out of wood and stone. On the right wall of the cavern, there is a wider tunnel going to a downward incline. Only 1 R for that. Quack Raw calls out, "Hello, any goblins?" His voice echoes off the walls and deep into the cave. No other sounds are heard besides the dripping of water from the stalactites on the ceiling of the cave to the stalagmites on the floor of the cave. Mikhail approaches the rotted door and knocks upon it. A distant metal clanking echoes from the other side. Mikhail calls to the rest of the group. There's metal clanking back here." The party joins Mikhail. "Have you tried opening the door?" "If you'd like to go first, you may be my guest." "All right, Marlin, if you want to hold the captive we have here at knife point, I'll go check." "Okay, I'll keep watch." Marlin repositions his glaive towards Rio. Quack puts his glaive away and carefully opens the door. It's heavy with mold and creaks open quite loudly. A plank position to try and keep the door shut from the other side falls to the floor with a loud clatter. Within there is a deep set of stone stairs leading downwards to the left. "We all good for going down this way?" And that is where we are. I'm still writing it. I spent a good chunk of today and some of yesterday just like writing down all this from the story, and I thought that would be a good chance to teach you a little bit more about Rio and where her story has come from. Obviously there's quite more of this. This is like half of episode 1 when there were like 20 episodes, and they will be continuously added to, and like I said, I'll upload every chapter, which is going to equal out to an episode as they are completed. Okay, let's go back to Photoshop so you can see the Photoshop again. There's Rio. Perfect. Our lovely lass. BRS says, "I got stuck in a mimic tongue after a nat 1 once." On a mimic tongue. I think you said in, and I was like, what? Yeah, on a mimic tongue after a nat 1. That's funny. Sounds like a funny story. Sounds pretty good. Fire Spirit says, "Hilariously, it was all because of my character simply wanting to bake himself a birthday cake, and that went horribly wrong. Drow and Wood Elves thought it was an assassination attempt. It was comedy." That is good. I love it. I do love the comedy that can come from these sort of stories. So, like I was saying earlier, there's 3 separate stories I want to talk about today. That is Monster Play, which we just talked about. It was a whole event that spanned, started with just a party getting together to go kill a Goblin King with the overthrowing of a city-state. So it becomes a big thing. It kind of levels up pretty big after a while. Or at least it goes into the direction of overthrowing that city-state, but doesn't quite get there yet at the end of the season 1. The other 2 stories we have are Wanderlust and The Quiet Year of the Lopi. Quiet Year of the Lopi is the one we had most recently with Jody, Judith, Zach and Badams, where
It was a really good series. Listen to the VODs. It was really good.
it was really good. And that one's much shorter. There's only 4 episodes, so
It starts off a little bit weaker, but it gets really good.
yeah.
Do it.
Do it. Do it, says
Do
Jody.
it.
Do it. It's pretty good, and I'll also somewhat summarize it here by just going back through the notes. But
And
we'll
it
do
is
that a little bit later.
also it's also the world building for
It's
the
like
tabletop game that we are going to be playing soon, hopefully.
it's like season 0 of what's going to be the next series of this world. Yeah. So I will tell that as well as the story of Wanderlust. I gave you the beginning of Monster Play. If you want to see more Monster Play, you can wait for more chapters to come out, or you can check out the VODs for that series as well, which is also on the channel. Although, like I said, those VODs are a lot longer, and a little bit older. It was back when we had several different people on the channel who aren't really around as much anymore, including like Brett, Delta, Human, Miobi, Cameron, Delta, Brett, Human, Miobi, Cameron, and Scarlet. Yeah, those are the 6 players. Yeah, that's about that. And there are also a bunch more characters that they had, like Human's Machi, which was the other Spidere. The 3 Spideres I think we know of are me, Lychee, and Machi. Those are the 3 Spidere characters that exist within the Spidere world. Are you still doing the D&D stuff as it is? It's been a long, very long since I last played a session. So, Monster Play, the story where this one happened, we finished it, we finished the campaign. We were planning to do a season 2, that was going to be continuation, but everyone's life got kind of busy, and they're not really, it's typical D&D tabletop stuff, they're not really around to continue. They haven't really been on the channel so much recently either, just because they've been busy. Mealby's still around, Delta off and on, the rest of them are kind of... Yeah, Scarlet also. You might have seen Scarlet in some of the Minecrafts. But like I said, we have a separate tabletop we're doing now, which is not going to be D&D, but it will be a tabletop game. Actual play is what it's called, right, Jody?
Yes.
So there's going to be more of that from that series as well, which will tie into the Monster Play series. But you don't need to like watch or understand Monster Play to know this one. Fires versus oh nice, that reminds me, I'd love to work on my own campaign in one shot. Although I've never DM'd before, I'd be nervous to do it. It is something that's nervous. Like, I was nervous when I first did this first episode, but I ended up quite enjoying it, and I nowadays love GMing. I love writing stories, I love being creative, it's so fun. I love leading people in roleplay and world building and all that stuff. Okay, so, that was Rio Raynell. There was a story thing where... later on in the Monster Play series, there was a bit of time travel hijinks. Time travel, I want... Ooh, there we go, draw a card. I think you did that earlier too with after the Rio, but I never actually drew it. That's okay, I'll do it now. Sorry. But first of all, there are some time travel hijinks, but like I've mentioned before, with the non-linear time mechanics in this world, because of that, it's not like time travel where it makes a new dimension. When time travel happens, it's still the same timeline, but things will be funky. For example, there are currently technically 2 different Rios at the same time right now, where the story left off. There was this one who was just the normal one, and then there was one that ended up being stuck in like a mini future for a few years before coming back, and then going off on her own adventure, which is going to end up being her Skyrim playthrough. So there's 2 different versions of her. Be Your Best says, this all reminds me of the different tabletop RPG stories I need to catch up on. Some from Narrative Declaration and that's cool. Yeah, go catch up on that stuff. It sounds like it's fun. Firespear says, yeah, I did a card earlier. Yeah, I'm sorry, I missed it. Or I didn't miss it, but I forgot to do it. So I will do 2 cards now. Just for the sake of catching up. Oh, hey, would you look at that? You got another one of the new cards, I believe. Let's take a look-see. It's Ophelia. So we've already talked about Ophelia, but I'll still look at the card. I don't remember if anyone's drawn this one yet or not. I don't think so. Ophelia Mortis, Succubus Kisaichu. This is an art of mine. Ophelia feeds on the energy by entering the bodies of her prey and possessing them from within. She can do so by climbing inside them as a whole, taking her body apart and putting each piece in one at a time, liquefying herself, or phasing into the prey's body outright. After doing so, she will feed off their energy, slowly making them look like her. Once the process is complete, she has to find someone new. Don't you want to look like me? Feel like me? She says. Yes, that is the Ophelia card, and we will also do another one. Let's see. It's Pi. It's the Pi card. So Pi is not a character on the character list, but we can still talk a little bit about Pi. Pi, easy as, human Twitch streamer. This art is not by me. Pi is a rather smug girl who loves to personify herself with the color orange and the digits of Pi. It's easy to find her teasing her friends while also working hard to make sure they love themselves. She can be easily recognized by either her devilish smile or her long orange locks. 3.141592653389793238462. That's what Pi does. That's what Pi does. Yeah. So, I mean, I guess I can do a little bit of a tangent about Pi. Like, she's not one of the drawn characters here, but she is technically in the universe because of the V-Spire lore. Pi being a human who is searching for me, Pepper, and as well as some other monstra who are believed to be a crime syndicate. But the truth about that will have to be discovered over time. That's still ongoing. But supposedly I'm running like a coven of like witches or something like that. Wonder if that's true or not. And there's like Kerbals with the Monstra Casino, and then Minra with the underground, like I don't remember what it's called, like underground like speakeasy sort of thing, I think, with like a stage where there's singing. Yeah, something like that. Firespear says, I'd hate to go back in time or meet another version of myself. We'd be inseparable together. I feel like it depends on when this other Pepper is for me. If it was like a past, it depends on how past. If it's a Pepper from like 2019, nah, fuck that. If it's Pepper from like 2014, I'll be like, oh, it's okay, child. Come here. Come here, child. I shall make sure you are okay. If it's a Pepper from the future, I'd just be very curious. Okay, so we have now talked about Rio. Who would we like to talk about next? I don't know how many... oh, actually, let's start playing the music again. I don't know how many more cards have characters. Let me do a double checky. We have 1, 2, 3... We have 3. 3 left. 3 cards left. That are characters here, and then we have characters that don't have cards made of them yet that we can talk about as well. Firespear says far left character. Echo. That is Echo. We're just talking about her in our Monster Play series, huh? This is Echo. So she was the one with the southern accent in Monster Play that we were just talking about. Played by Scarlet in the Monster Play series. Scarlet, you might know if you've been here for a little bit. She sometimes shows up in my Minecraft series to hang out and chat. But hasn't been around for a little bit also because of busyness. Let us open up an image of Echo. Echo! There we go. This is Echo. Take a good old close look of the artwork. I think she's pretty cool. Both Scarlet and I worked on the design for this character together, and it came out pretty nice. I did the drawing, and Scarlet did a lot of the, like, ideas and concepts, like including the mask and the scratches, the necklace. See, that's the necklace that was mentioned earlier. Yeah. She's got a huge axe thing, which is pretty cool. And she's got the devil stuff, like the horns and the tail. Okay. So we do have an Echo card, I believe. We do. We have an Echo card, which means I will send this one into the server and into the chat for people to read. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna send this into the Discord server in Spidere decks. If anyone wants to join the server, there's a bunch of cool lore and extra stuff in there, and also chatting. In the channel Spidere decks, I'm going to send the character sheet of Echo. Echo Knight character sheet. Funny thing is I'm pretty sure in actual D&D there's like this class or something that's called Echo Knight, but coincidentally the name was actually made up completely separately from that, in like not knowing that that was a class or a thing. Of course Scarlet made the name for her own character. Let's see here. Yeah, okay. It is now in the Discord server, and I will send the link here in the chat as well. There you go, if anyone wants to read along with what we'll be looking at in just a seckie. Alright. What happened else in chat? Fire says AI uprising takes place. Get them to divide by 0. Problem solved. Depends on how smart they are, perhaps. Fire Spirit says, nice, my fellow Aussie. Aussie? Where? You're thinking of Jade. This is Scarlet. Scarlet and Jade are different people. Scarlet's the southern accent person. Jade's the Australian accent person.
If you think about it, an Australian accent is just like an even further south accent.
It's true. It's like British southern. It's like a British cowboy. That's what Australians are. Jade would hate me for that. Jade would really hate me for that. Okay, so I'm going to read Echo's character sheet. So, also, I'm going to write her name on here as well. Firesworth said, oh, yeah, different people. Echo Knight. I'm not sure if Scarlet has shown up since you started watching streams, actually. Fire Spitter. I know she's been around since, like, Rin started watching streams, so he might know of her. But, yep, Echo Knight. Okay, basic details. Age unknown, because devil. Devils are, that's how they kind of are. But appears to be around 24. Birthday being the 26th of Donum, month of forgiveness, 388 CEA, which equals out to November 2nd. So while there is the date here, you'll find out about why that doesn't actually explicitly describe how old Echo is. Gender, female, pronouns she, her. Height, 5'2", species, devil. Birthplace, Alphen Dehib Piraske. Currently located at Metamok Cognatus Empire. Time, period, X, which is just Monastery Lost. Alignment, chaotic good. Ability class, Gauss. Description, Echo is a quiet, mysterious devil girl. With a big heart, she loves those she gets close to, but has trouble meeting anyone new. She likes to keep her distance from others by carrying a mask over her mouth and hiding within some ninja-like armor. After spending a long time living with an adoptive family, after being reborn into the world, she now travels it, looking for exploration and adventure, and maybe to meet some new friends. Which she did! It's the party. It's the people we were talking about earlier. Yay! Hi, Zach. Welcome to the stream. Firespirit says, I'm sorry I'm bad with names. That is completely okay. Don't worry at all. I am too. I completely understand. Firespirit says, they maxed out survival, yet surprisingly weak to emus. Like the bird?
Yeah, we talked about this on stream before.
Did we?
Yeah.
Can you explain it to me again?
The Emu War. Google it right now.
What? Oh, you're talking about Australians. I thought you were talking about a D&D thing. I was like, what are you on about? I remember. Okay. Zach, redeem compliment. You don't even have enough for compliment anymore, Zach. You're ruined. You also don't have enough for Jackbox. Zach, you're awesome, though. I'll give you a mini compliment. So, appearance. You can already see Echo's appearance here. Special abilities. Praise. With this ability, Echo can share health with those around her all at once. Absorb. Those who feel Echo's touch may suddenly feel weakened as their strength is drained from their bodies. She can use this energy to increase her own speed momentarily. Species details. So you might recognize some of this from the Cleo conversation, but I'm going to reread it anyways. A devil will spend their immortal lives serving a noble family, in a way allowing their bloodline to be just as immortal as the devil serving them. The devils in return are worshipped by their family and prayed to on a regular basis. This is what gives them their power and restores their magic. However, the worshipping of devils has been long since abolished, as it is seen as a monster worship, as it is seen as monster worship and pure evil. So devils are rarely seen anymore as anything more than ordinary, powerless monsters. After the abolishment of devil worship, Echo now lives with her adoptive family, here she gains her energy not through the prayers from the family, but through the emotional care and support they provide her. Okay, and then we get into Echo's history, her style, her style, her history, her life, that sort of stuff. You're trying to add points to yourself? You didn't do it right. You did it. Is add points, Zach. You do your name, then you do the number. Apparently, it was willing to give you it. I guess if you're that type of mod, you can actually do that. Apparently. Zach says, "Hi Jody, are things dire today?"
Yeah, actually, I'm on my period, and it's the worst one I've had in a long time.
Yeah.
It's not great.
Do you think if I beat you up, it would help?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we're
Thanks,
good.
Babe.
You're welcome.
Love you.
Love you too. No one even redeemed Tickle. It just happened. Zach says, "So does that mean we are friends?"
You kind of trailed off. What's going on, Pebbles?
Yeah, I don't know.
Pebbles, are you okay?
I'm Pebbles. Be your best says, "Fight! We're doing it. I'm beating up the Jody. Beating up my GF? My GF. Okay, let's...
I just happened to scroll past the post on Tumblr.
Uh-huh.
I was like, God, I could use a prostate orgasm and a couple bruises. And I'm just like, yeah, same.
I know I'm lewd a lot of the time, but, like, it's funny that this has been a pretty, like, non-lewd stream until that sentence.
Yeah, I know. I knew... I had to class this stream up a little.
We're an hour and 13 minutes in. It took us an hour and 13 minutes to get to a prostate orgasm today. Yeah. On stream.
Well, it doesn't have to take that long for me to get to a prostate.
No, I get that, but that's not what I mean. Anyways, snacks. My apologies.
Why are you apologizing, you coward?
My apologies for my bitch wife over here.
You really should be forcing me to apologize, if anything.
You just... What are you doing?
What
are you doing right now?
You
just want to... You want me to make you apologize to my chat?
No.
You want me to make you do things?
No, I want you to stand your fucking ground, but if you're not going to do that...
Okay.
Yeah, that was good.
Five versus even when I'm doing nothing, mayhem happens. Yep. That's what we're about here. Okay, so actually, Echo's history. Let's actually take a look. Okay. Echo was reborn into this world by an inexperienced spellcaster living in the town of Alphen Dahib in Piraskay. When trying to summon a devil to follow his commands, he instead accidentally reincarnated the devil named Echo. However, she appeared to be only 2 years old, with most memories of her original life gone. Hoping for a devil of working age, the spellcaster did not want to have the responsibility of a baby Echo, so he abandoned her on a boat heading to the continent of Cognatus Empire. And by a boat, it's not like just a normal boat, it's like a ship of people. I should probably change that. He abandoned her on a ship bound for the continent of the Cognatus Empire. Okay, abandoned her on a ship bound for the continent of Cognatus Empire. Huh?
I'm gonna go cook.
Okay.
Just taking your earphones again.
Okay. Don't get beat up too hard. Teleports behind you while you are
Nothing personnel, Jody.
Tickle. Okay. On the boat, a couple discovered her, baby Echo and decided to take her in as one of their own. They always wished for a daughter alongside the son they already had, but they were unable to make any more children themselves. So, they took Echo in as their own. Years passed, and she now looks 24 and has regained some of her memories over the years. Her mother later passed away around 5 years after Echo's rebirth. She now lives with her father, little brother, and grandmother in the Lupinotum Woods. Being a survivalist, Echo's father trained her and her brother on how to survive in the woods and live off the land. After a long day of learning, Echo would come home and help her grandma cook food while the boys went to get wood. Besides that, she was very close with her brother. They never went anywhere without the other. As time went on, her grandma became sick as well. Before she finally passed, she gave Echo the necklace she would always treasure from then on. She had a growing urge to explore the world outside of the forest that she had been in for all her life. Her brother was sad to see her finally go and gave her a homemade gauntlet to keep with her to keep close in her travels. That being this one here, obviously. Welcome back.
Your mom will turn off right
Oh, cool.
So we'll probably have that in a bit. I'm not hungry yet.
Cool.
I'm gonna.
Huh? Okay. You don't have to like whisper that.
I'm gonna take an edible. So prostate orgasm was too much. But...
Yeah, what? Talking about your prostate orgasm, that's fine, but going like, oh, I'm gonna get high. That's like, oh, that's off limits. That's off limits to talk about on stream.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't sure. Well, you're the one who was making an issue out of the other thing.
It was just a joke. You know what I talked about on stream.
I know.
Okay, so she had a growing urge to explore the world outside of the forest that she had been in for all her life. Her brother was sad to see her finally go and gave her a homemade gauntlet to keep close in her travels. Echo's father gave her the battle axe he and her mother made for her after she was originally taken in. She then said her goodbyes and walked out the door to see what the world had in store for her. Later on, she would meet the party of adventurers she now travels with, being the party from Monster Play. Fires versus Jody's going to be duct taped to the wall in a minute. That'd be pretty funny. I would do that to you if I had the ability.
You coward.
I would if I could.
Do it, you coward.
Oh my god. You just want to be abused.
Take advantage of me.
You want to be abused.
Yes.
Okay, Echo's personality. Echo keeps to herself most of the time, but will be kind to those she does come across. However, she can be very temperamental when things get out of hand. She is rather protective of friends, family, and those she cares about. Until she knows someone well enough, she'll mostly be introverted and shy. Relationships. She has a deep attachment to her adoptive family, Kai being her father, Nadia the mother, Eleanor the grandmother, and Luca the little brother. Now, with her new adventuring party, she has slowly become attached to a Spidere named Machi, a mysterious woman named May, that's me, and a cute bird named Pudge. She has a bit of a distaste towards the demon Mikhail and the Gylax Jadara, though, who you'll find more out about later. Particularly, I mean, like, it wasn't a good start for Mikhail to immediately try to pickpocket Echo when they first met. That probably wasn't a good start. So that is Echo. That whole backstory was written completely by Scarlett. So, good job to Scarlett. Thank you for making a character and adding to the story. Yay! I love it. I love it. I love making a world that's collaborative with more people. I like when, like, it's not just me that's making something like this. Okay. So let's switch back over to the wallpaper. Oh, hello. Hello, Echo. So that's Echo. Oh, that's the wrong color again. It's just like the last stream. There you go. Okay. Who would we like to talk about next? Look at all this range of characters. I could also just make it, like, even easier to see who to not talk about. If we're gonna... I could just go like, I'm blocking them all out so you can really see who's left to talk about. So you can really get an idea of who there is that's left. I just didn't want to do all this originally because, like, I like having them on screen, you know? But this might be a good way to really, to better show who is still there to be talked about. Going. Coloring. I'm erasing them all from existence. I'm so sorry, Hottie Song. I'm so sorry, Rio. I'm so sorry to do this to all of you. But it'll make things easier so we know who to talk about. So, whatevs. Yeah, choke on it, Jody. Okay. So those characters that are still there are the ones we can still talk about. There you go. So now you can kind of still see them, but they're blocked out. Ha, perfect. Okay. Who would we like to talk about next? Oh no, the cast is being killed! Yeah, I'm erasing them. I'm erasing them all. Who's the character to the right of Cleo? Or not Cleo, what the fuck? Rio. I have a couple of EOs here. You mean this one? That's Sylvia. Which is actually, now I think about it, a fourth story I can tell you about. That story being Catchphrase. Otherwise known as What's My Catchphrase Again? Which is actually one of the few stories that takes place on Earth and not on the planet Mos Dairy Lost within this Spidere universe. This is Sylvia, though. Would you like to talk about Sylvia? The Goobers are all dying. Game of Thrones prior to season 8 is happening. Aw, man. Just eliminating every single one. Just get rid of them. At some point, I probably will kill off characters. I've done it before. I've killed off characters before. Last time I killed off a character, people were so upset. And that was within my ASMR universe, which we could actually also talk about. We could also talk about my ASMR universe, because that takes place more so on Earth as well. That's what I was wondering about. Yes, Sylvia. Okay, let's talk about Sylvia. I have a few arts of her. But also let me bring up my, my clandestine stories. So, okay, 5 total stories that I need to tell you about. Monster Play, which we already did. The Quiet Year of the Lopi. Wanderlust. What's My Catchphrase Again? And the clandestine stories. Those are the 5 stories. Okay. Hang on. I do have, I believe, an image. Oh. Here are some characters that we can also talk about. There's a few more than just those, though. But like Cryptic, I'm just gonna name the characters. Cryptic, Devin, Gregory. We'll just get to that later. I want to do that afterwards. We'll do one thing at a time. We'll do the anime characters first, and then we'll get to like the live action characters. But yeah, let's talk about Sylvia. After I do this tissue in my face.
In your face?
In my face.
On stream?
This guy has such big boobers that you can still see them through the cross out. That is true. I couldn't cover up. I couldn't cover up Adoret's face. Therefore, some of the Skya Booba had to remain. Okay. Let me open up a Sylvia image. Sylvia is one of the older characters here in terms of like length of time having existed, like since first developed. Sylvia! Here she is. It's Sylvia. She's great. Okay, I'm talking so much that I'm like out of breath. Sylvia Spurlock. I love her. She's amazing. I mean, I can just say that about all the characters, but it's true. So, Sylvia Spurlock. I'm gonna like... There you go. Freaking... There you go. Sylvia Spurlock. That's who this is. Okay. Yeah, she's great. I don't have a character sheet for her, or I don't have a card for her, but I do have what I can just like tell you outright. So Sylvia Spurlock came from an older piece of media I made back in high school. When I was in high school, we were given the senior project to do. Like each class had a senior project they had to complete, and I was in the class Design and Visual Communications, which was like graphic design and art, because that was the trade I wanted to learn. And I decided my senior project would be an animation. I worked on it with 2 of my friends, Badams, who you might know, and Brennan, who you probably don't know. Isn't really like on my channel or anything. And we decided to make an anime style sort of thing. and we called it What's My Catchphrase Again? It was supposed to be like a parody of Magical Girl anime style things. So, let me open up that full cast of characters, actually. Here we go. These are the characters of What's My Catchphrase Again. We have... we have Penny, or Penelope, Emily, Kevin, Sylvia, Christina, and Lily, and also Tookie. Those are the characters. So it's an animation from when I was in high school, like I said. It's still up, actually. If you want, we can actually watch it here on stream. It will be about 10 minutes. I will leave that up to you, though, Snacks, if you want to watch that or not. If you want to, like, watch it with me on my stream right now, or if you want to watch it on your own. But it's a 10-minute animation split up into 2 parts. One where it's a little story, 2 where it's the characters talking about themselves. And that actually might be a good way to have us learn about, you know what, maybe we will watch it, just because it'll be a good way to learn about some of this stuff here. Fucking Kevin looks so done with everyone. That's kind of his thing, yeah. I think it'd be pretty good to watch it, since we're doing like a very in-depth stream anyways on all the characters and lore and stuff. How about we do it? How about we watch What's My Catchphrase Again? Let me see if I can find it. Amongst all my playlists. Amongst all my playlists. Oh, there it is. Okay. So I'm gonna stop the music again. That would be good, actually. Heck yeah, because I do kind of want to get through everything if I can. Like, as much as I can, since this is like the in-depth everything stream. Okay, we're going to change this back to Google so you can see what I'll be showing on Google. There we go. Okay, so you can see this. It's What's My Catchphrase Again. This is a playlist you can find on my channel. If you want to watch either of these yourself, either of these episodes, I really gotta slow myself down. I am running out of breath, like, over and over again. Okay, What's My Catchphrase Again? Episode 1 and Episode 2. Episode 1 is the story thing. I want to point out, I made this 6 years ago, 2017. I had just turned 18. I was still a baby, basically. I've made... This place it's not going to be the best animation is basically what I'm saying, but it also means a lot to me, and I think it'd be neat to share it. Let's slide it over a little bit. Okay. Are we all ready to watch something? Ready to watch What's My Catchphrase Again? You want to watch What's My Catchphrase Again? Hip hip hooray! What's my catchphrase again? Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! I need a hip hip hooray if we're starting this. I need one hip hip hooray. That's a yes. That's not a hip hip hooray. Oh, Halo M2 M60 pistol. Hell yeah. M60 pistol. It's the I'm sexy pistol. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Give me a hip hip hooray. Hip hip hooray. That works. I'll take that. That works. We're watching one of my old animations. Welcome to the stream. I'm sexy pistol. My old animation from when I was a baby.
Hello? Oh my god, I totally forgot. I'll be right there.
That lady forgot her purse. Maybe I should catch up and give it to her.
Cold and painful.
Hey, you forgot your purse. What is this, glitter?
Yeah, special attack. We know what you did, fiend.
What do you say to handing over what you stole, pal?
What? Where are you all coming from?
Hey, talk about an entrance, right?
The voice
Just
acting.
give us what you took, and there won't be any trouble. Sound like a plan?
I'm sorry, but I'm not too sure what you mean.
If you don't give us that purse right now, then we'll kick your booty is what we mean.
Excuse me?
That's it. You've given us no other choice but to make you face our ultra cool powers.
JoJo poses.
Oh, we're doing this thing?
Well, yeah, we spent last Sunday practicing, remember?
Lily, you pulled us over there to watch cartoons. How was that practice for crime fighting?
They did that thing. We gotta look cool for this guy over here or else we'll just look silly.
Whatever, we got it. Poses, right? Whatever makes you happy.
Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1.
Catchphrase!
Their catchphrase is catchphrase. That's the joke.
When did you all put those on? Look like little princesses. Oh my god!
Heh, we've got him now. So let's have the purse you got there, bucko.
Wait, really, don't tell me down without your phone. Are you okay?
Huh.
Are you okay?
That's not good.
Oh, this is nostalgic.
Ugh, I'm starting to think giving them powers was a terrible idea.
I cast gun. That is the power. I thought that was pretty funny. Her magical girl power is gun.
Oh god, what did you girls do to this man?
Nothing, honest. He was just a little scared.
I think all the excitement got to him. I guess I really can't blame him, to be honest.
Wait. So are we the criminals now? It feels like we just assaulted this guy.
No. We're in the right here. He was a thief, right? Knocking out a real criminal should be fine.
Emily? We messed up.
You didn't play down, guys.
Jeez, Christina, take that mask off. We can't hear a word you say with that darn thing on.
But it's so cool. Do we call an ambulance? He still isn't moving.
This man is perfectly healthy aside
Kevin's
from the
got a
fact that
thicky.
you damn near scared him half to death. So what were you trying to do?
Well, he, stole a purse. We have to get back. We're supposed to be superheroes, right?
You're telling me you shoved a gun in this man's face because you suspected he stole a purse? I didn't give you your powers so you could startle college students. Take care of this one yourselves. I'm going to Danny's.
Look, he's awake. Should we take that purse away from him? Or would that be considered theft?
Tuki, if you're really truly that much better than us, couldn't you help us clean up here?
Yeah, aren't you, like, infallible? Could you at least teach us something new later?
Hey, I promised you magical powers, not a kindergarten teacher. I bet you girls could figure this out yourselves. Best be quick. He looks awfully shaken up.
We aren't in kindergarten, you know.
I don't think he meant that literally, Lily.
Ah!
Aha! Thief! Stop right there!
Ah!
Don't call the cops. We mean well, honest.
For some reason, I doubt that.
Please, just hear us out.
Who the hell are you girls?
Well, I guess that's kind of a long story. But what we meant to do here was stop you from stealing that purse.
This? I found it on the bench. I was going to return the thing as soon as I caught up to the owner. Ah!
That's it. that's the animation I made back at back in the day. That's the classic. Well, you got to see Sylvia from that. This is the story. What's my catchphrase again? One of the few that takes place on Earth. We have most of the stuff taking place on Monastery Lost, but this one took place on Earth. Fact was, I've generally gone through a horrible misunderstanding situation like this before. Really? Did you also try to return a purse and it didn't go well, or what sort of thing? Pocket sand. Yeah, that was her power. So the whole gimmick with this is that they each have stupid magical girl powers. So on the left here, in the purple, that's Christina. This stuff, I don't know, it might be up to change because we haven't talked about these characters for forever. But her power that we decided at the time was she could just summon silverware. And that's kind of silly. She also wants to be really cool, which is why she has the mask. Emily here, I don't remember what her power is exactly, actually. And we didn't really show it much in this animation. Lily is, she can just summon a gun, but it doesn't have any ammo. It's just an empty gun. Penny is, she just basically gets like sparkle sand that she takes from her pockets. So like you said, pocket sand, she just gets that infinitely in her pockets and can just toss it at people. Sylvia on the right, the one that we are actually talking about currently, is the only one with like a real actual power. She has the power of stars and suns, in the fact that she can literally like create like star level heat and flames and stuff like that, like plasma. She's the only one that's actually kind of powerful here. But also she's the one that like least wants to be a magical girl out of all of them. But she's also kind of like the de facto leader, I guess. She's kind of been put into the position of leading them all because she's the most down to earth, I guess. She was my favorite. She was the one that was primarily my creation. We each kind of designed our character. Like I did Sylvia mostly. Brennan made Christina over here. And I think Badams did Penelope. And then these two were kind of like worked on by all of us together. Sylvia was my character though. She was very much from my style. And I thought it'd be cool to have like the like older sister kind of cool sort of girl character. And I like her. She's fun. We also have the part 2 where we can learn more about each of these characters individually. Yeah. So, once again, her name is Sylvia Spurlock. I don't have art to the same degree I have of the rest of the characters for the other characters here, but I will still list them as who they are. Here in the green is, what's her name? Penelope. I don't remember her last name. Penelope, that's probably in my notes somewhere. Let me check. Let me check my notes. This might be actually here. Yes. Okay, I can actually show this. So, catchphrase. Penelope Penny Belrose. That was her name. Then we got Sylvia Spurlock, who was the one on the right here. Penelope Belrose. Lily Seishin. Christina McPherson is the one in the purple. And then here is Emily Lang. And then we also got the cat whose name is Tookie. And then we got Kevin, who I guess doesn't have a last name. We never made one. Yeah. I guess I never added the interviewers, who we'll see in a second, to this list. This is a whole list of every single character within the Spidere universe. It's kind of hefty. Because there's been a lot of characters, a lot of development over the time. A lot of, like, all the named characters. Like, if there's a person who's just walking by in the background, they don't really count. Yeah. Sexy Pistol says, sure, it's not great of a drawing. I know you know it, but you gotta admit that's pretty funny, dude. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. And, like, yeah, the drawings weren't great. Like I said, it was years ago. So, like, you can look at this, right? And then you can look at freaking... Like, here, actually, yeah. Let's... Comparison. Sylvia then. Sylvia now. My art has changed pretty drastically in terms of like how well I draw. I think I try to keep the like same general idea of like her eye shape, because like when I drew her eyes looking kind of weird was honestly a mistake, but it kind of grew on me with how it's like very heavily curved right here, and I ended up quite liking that as being part of the art style for her. So I kept that in the redraw version. But you see she's creating a star. She creates like cartoony stars that end up actually being very deadly and dangerous. Yeesh. So in terms of the art for that animation, I did all the pencil work and I did the backgrounds, the digital backgrounds, and then Badams traced it in like Illustrator, I believe, to get the all the line work. And then Brennan added the colors, and then I did the editing of the video itself. Vice versa. It was a case of me trying to return someone's bag to someone, but because they'd been a person going around bullying, they assumed it was me. Took a long time to clear things up. It was awkward. That sounds pretty awkward. Ren says we all had our early art phases. I'm still in mine. Yeah, it's fine. I guess I do get a little bit embarrassed or self-conscious, but like I am still quite proud and happy with like all these characters. They were very meaningful to my beginning and all that. And I really haven't done any animation since that animation. I could at some point, but it's a lot of work to do an animation. But like, it was very rewarding. Vice versa. That animation reminds me of my own project for creative writing. I had to make a story and character based on the theme of evil. Then expand on it to make it an engaging short story on it. That's cool. So, yeah, I like that. I bet it was cool and good. Okay, let me go back to Google because we're going to watch the second part as well. Okay, we're going to watch part 2.
Remember, this is the last time I follow you on one of your idiotic schemes.
Okay, I'm going to start it over. Part 2's premise is like two like journalists kind of are looking for them because they believe, one of them believes them to be like pretty magical, the other one's just like, what are you talking about, this won't be a good story, there's no such thing as magic and all that. Let's watch it. And also this one's mostly like, that's the premise of it, but also it's much less of an animation and more of like a fancy way of delivering the characters' stories and who they are as a person. So I just gave the names, but this will be a good way for you to actually learn about the characters, including Sylvia Spurlock, since that's the character that is the focus right now.
Remember, this is the last time I follow you on one of your idiotic schemes to get a good story. If we're fired tomorrow, you're losing your job and your friend.
Yeah, I know. But trust me, apparently this girl's actually magical.
Oh, right. That's actually my favorite genuine type of girl that certainly exists.
Can you just please keep the camera steady?
Fine.
Hello, my name's Yuri Seshin, but all my friends call me Lily. I recently moved to America.
Right, her name is Yuri. I need to add that. Yuri Lily Seshin.
Due to my parents changing jobs, and so far
That's me rewind that a little bit.
all my friends call me. Hello, my name's Yuri Seshin, but all my friends call me Lily. I recently moved to America due to my parents changing jobs, and so far it's been a blast. I've made lots of friends, and thanks to this weird cat guy, we go on a bizarre adventure every day. But between you and me, they're not actually all that crazy, which makes them much better. If there's one thing I hate, it's being in the spotlight, and being the main character of an action show is probably the easiest way to get there. I'm much happier being the main character of a comedy. Less stress, you know?
So that is Lily Yuri Seshin. She was born in Japan, moved to America because of her parents, and is now part of this whole group of characters after they met Toki, who gave them the powers of magic. She is more or less the main character of the whole story. She's like the front page character. They're all main characters, but she's like the front page, like you know what I mean, I think. And her whole thing is that she just kind of wants to be chill and hanging out with her friends. She doesn't want like too much craziness going on. She gets overwhelmed easily and would like things to be pretty comfy, but things end up being pretty silly because you know that's the story. Yeah.
Come on, man. Can't we just find a real story before we're both let go?
Wait, we still have the rest of the team.
Hey, I'm Christina McPherson. I lived in Massachusetts for a few years now, and I guess it's starting to get pretty nice. I've surprisingly met a lot of people I can spend time with, and even got a weird magical power. Though if I'm being honest, that part kind of annoys me, considering how almost all our powers don't really do anything. Oh well. I'll do a lot of things so long as we can have a decent time, and it beats playing video games in my room all day. Might as well try my best if we're gonna try to fight crime or whatever.
So that one was, this is Christina. She's kind of the typical goth character of the group. She's just kind of around doing her thing. But actually, Jody, you're gonna like this. Jody's actually listening to something. I'm interrupting. I had no idea. I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were listening to something.
Sorry, what's up?
This is Christina.
Yeah.
From What's My Catchphrase Again?
Yeah.
And I was just gonna make a comparison. I didn't realize you're listening to something. She is like the Cloud of What's My Catchphrase Again. She is like really wants to be cool, which is why she has the mask. But she also like pretends like she doesn't care about anything. But she's definitely trying really hard to be cool.
Oh, she's Cloud.
Yeah,
100%.
That was her whole thing. So that was all. I just wanted to give you that comparison because I know you like Cloud. Yeah, so that's Christina. She's cool. She's fun. She was the one made by Brennan. Anyways, let's keep watching.
Decent time, and it'd be.
Don't. Well, hey! Magical powers that apparently don't really do anything.
Don't worry. I'm sure the next one will give us something.
Sure. Now, also, why don't we actually ask this next one about their so-called magical experiences?
Ooh, good idea.
Hi there, I'm Penelope Belrose, or just Penny to most people. You say you want me to talk about our magical experiences so far? Well, they've been a blast. And you know what they say, fall 5 times, stand up 6. We haven't really done anything useful, but soon enough I bet we'll help somebody with our new powers. Or we won't really do anything. To be honest, we've caused some property damage, but we're having fun, and Tookie can cover up that broken fence, so it's all good.
So yeah, that is this one is Penelope Belrose, or Penny for short. She's the cheery, silly, bubbly character. That's kind of like the thing with the blonde characters and animated stuff, huh? But that's her character. She's the silly, bubbly, fun one who just kind of doesn't really give a care about things and just likes to enjoy herself and be super silly and energetic. You read the chat a little bit as well. Firefighter says that animation reminds me of my own. No, I read that one. Firefighter says, crazy thing was, the character I made it on it subconsciously became the character I've been wanting to turn into an actual book character and my VTuber model before I even begun to flesh things out. That's cool. JL says, why are we watching YouTube? We're talking about some of the characters of my past. So, you know, we were, see that character right there? See this character right here? Right here in the preview? That is, that's one of the characters from the universe. And we're talking about my OCs, as we've been continuing to do, and also stories that have taken place within the Spidere universe. This being one of the stories, which comes from an animation I made in high school. So it's like a silly little animation that we're going to watch, that we have been watching and learning about the characters from. Beer Best says, Bubbles. Oh, yeah, Mr. Bubbles. Mr. B. Talking about that. But yeah, okay. So this is Penelope Belrose. That's her character.
That broken fence, so it's all good.
Are these magical girls, or did you call in criminals for us to interview?
Shut up, we're not done.
Sylvia is my favorite. There she is.
Heyo, my name is Sylvia Spurlock. I'm what you would call the definitive leader of the group. If I had the energy, I would demonstrate my power to you. I know you'd love it. I hope. I got it from a crazy cat, who also means a lot to me. It would be a bit tough to explain what I can do, but try and imagine what it would be like to stand on a star. It burns. Not too much, since you would be kinda dead, but it wouldn't be fun. I'll do whatever I want, and sometimes I'll gather my friends and go on an adventure. They're really crazy, and we all try our best to save the world.
Yep, that is Sylvia Spurlock. She's my favorite. She's the one that was very much so like my character. Beer Best is Powerpuff Girls. I think there was a little bit of inspiration from that. Largely it was Magical Girl anime style stuff in general that became the parody for this. Like the whole thing with them having silly superpowers that don't do anything except for Sylvia here. Yeah, I've kind of talked about her in great length already, so we'll just keep moving on. But as always, feel free to ask questions if you have any questions about the characters or the stories. Kevin.
Understand you have some sort of connection with a few women calling themselves magical girls. Could you please tell us something about that? Hello?
So yeah, this is Kevin. He's the one that kind of just deals with their nonsense and doesn't want to be there, but every single time will get wrapped up in whatever they're doing. That's him. That's Kevin. This is him. He hates being around them. He doesn't dislike them, but he doesn't like having to deal with their nonsense. Yeah, Kevin. That's it. That's Kevin.
Hello there. My name's Emily Lang, and although I may be the youngest of our group, I find myself being the most mature a lot of the time. With these crazy powers and that cat running around, there's a lot going on lately, so I have to bring my A game if we want to avoid unwanted situations, like when we destroyed Mr. Cook's fence. It isn't so bad though. We're doing new things every day, and doing good is good by me.
So yep, that is Emily Lang. She's kind of the smart one of the group. Yeah, she's the smart one of the group. She's kind of like the brains of things. She knows, like, think of her as a more serious, less clumsy Velma, I guess, from like Scooby-Doo. She's the one that kind of like knows how to get stuff done and has the smarts for stuff. She's a little bit more reserved, a little bit more quiet, but she's quite friendly and, you know, and likes to be part of the group.
Crazy power didn't feel so bad though.
And we have nothing.
But there is something that most of them had in common.
Is it the fact they're kids, or the part about them being insane?
They mentioned a pet cat, Tookie.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was you that's deranged.
Ah, hello. My name's Tookie, the reason we're all here.
Oh my god, that's a talking cat.
Take that as you may. If not for me, those girls you're all curious about wouldn't have those powers. Admittedly, they were more or less just test subjects, but they have grown on me, which is why I've decided to live lavishly here on Earth.
We have a story.
I don't like how they pry on me, however. I didn't sign up to babysit 5 teenagers when all I really want to do is live a peaceful life.
Forget a story, we've made history.
I bet it'll settle down sooner or later. Most likely not, though, considering how stubborn they can be at times. Either way, it's nothing I can't handle. And it is certainly nice having people around now and...
This is the best day ever. I love you, man.
Would you kindly stop interrupting me?
Oh my god!
Blasted. When you ask for an interview, you better well listen to it.
And that's Tookie. He just killed 2 people. I guess I don't have to add those interviewers to the list of characters because they barely exist. They don't have names. They're just kind of there to move to make you learn about the characters. So this is Tookie. He is like, he's a Nidus level being who came from space. The characters don't really know much about him. He's the one that gave them their magical powers and gave them the ability to be the way they are and is kind of guiding them along. He's kind of like the sensei of the group or whatever. And he's also just very just like, whatever. I want to teach you guys, but also you guys are so annoying. That's kind of his thing. Kind of just goes along with all of the stuff. When really he's just kind of just like imagine him like a drunk uncle who just wants to watch TV all day. I don't know. He just wants to go to Danny's, like the restaurant or something. Firespirit says, I genuinely feel for Kevin, literally how I used to be due to the people that I was surrounded with in the past. I'm so used to chaos and just so done with it. That is valid. That is valid. Okay, we're going to put this back onto Photoshop. So those were the 2 animations. Heck yeah. Here's Sylvia again. I believe I have some other art of her somewhere. Oh, maybe? Maybe not. But I know I do have art of some of the other characters of What's My Catchphrase again, which I will see if I can pull up real quick. How are my snacks doing? Jody, what the fuck is this? What is this? Is this you?
No, that wasn't me. That seems like a Brett.
But Brett hasn't been in my life for months.
That was from last year.
Is that what it says?
September 19th, 2023.
Alright, so I just... I'm going back over to Google Chrome for a second. I just opened up Google Chrome, right? Just open up and try to go to my phone images, like my iCloud images. And this is the thing that showed up. I don't know why this is in my phone images. I don't know where this came from.
It's Brett.
Apparently this was added to my iCloud in September last year. So cool. Nice. That's in there. Just gonna go try to find my characters and all that, but then we got that for some reason. Did not expect to see that. Okay. Oh man. Oh man. Okay. Fires versus Lamau. What the? WTF? What the fuck? JL says, might go to bed sore from poor sitting at the restaurant. Oh, I'm sorry, but might listen to the lovely podcast until I fall asleep. Okay. I'm sorry that, I'm sorry you have a sore booty.
I won't disturb your sleep by talking about beefing a big heater. I will not do that.
Okay. Why didn't he even speak in Yoda voice? The image. Like, this Yoda is not even speaking with Yoda,
Beef the
like,
big
talk.
heater I did.
Yeah, that's how it should be, but he just spoke normally in this image. Okay, let
Divorced me, my wife did. Kids she took.
Yep.
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 Okay, so I have some other images I want to show of some of these characters, but they are not showing up. I can't get them through Google, so I have to send them to myself. Okay. Bum ba dum. Bum bum ba dum. Bum bum ba dum bum 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 bum. Bum ba dum ba dum. Bum bum. Okay. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Here we go. Okay, now gotta find some of the other ones. Looking. Also, there might be some more in here in the other way. Let me see. Okay, so there are some ways for me to show some of the other stuff. Hang on. Okay, now I'm moving again. I'm gonna put the music back on, and we're gonna keep on going. Keep on trucking. Okay. Can I just, like, copy image? Let me copy image. Okay, we're not gonna do that. It's gonna take too long. There we go. Gonna move this over here. And I'm gonna move me over here for now. Okay, here's another picture of Emily. This one was drawn by me a couple years after the original animation came out. Here is a picture Badams commissioned of somebody to draw of Emily. It's really cute. And then here's a drawing Badams did themselves of Emily. I like it, I like it. Okay, now let me see if we can show some of the other pictures. I'm being very careful here, just for the fact that, like, I have... What is this? I have, in the past, accidentally shown images I can't show through my iCloud images here. So I'm just being very careful currently. No, I thought for sure there was a thing here. Okay, whatever. Bam. Bam. There you go. And we have another picture of Lily here, drawn by Badams also. Really good. I like it. Is cute. Is cute. This is her in her, like, not magical girl outfit. Okay, let's go into one of the other characters. Okay, Christina we got here. There's another one that Badams commissioned someone to draw, and I think this one's really cool. I like this. It's a cool little image here of Christina. And we also got Badams' drawing of Christina in Badams' cute cartoony art style. Nice stuff. She's giving the middle finger. She's saying fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck your life. Okay? And then we have Penelope. This is some cute artwork. Badam's got several commissions done of our characters here. So this one is another picture of Penelope being a cutie. Same for this one, also a commission drawn of Penelope being a cutie. I like it. Very cute stuff. Very good stuff. And then we also got a drawing I did of Penelope when we were still working on the animation, which I think came out alright. It's not as my current art style still, but it still means a lot to me and all that. You've already seen Kevin, but here he is without his glasses on. I know, right? It's nonsense. And then we got a cute image of Tookie here. Kind of just being curious about stuff. So funny thing is we could not, there's some like little background story stuff about Tookie. We could not figure out his color scheme at all. So we got like regular color scheme we found online or something like that of a cat. And then we just inverted the image. So this is like inverted colors. And he ended up being like white and blue because of that. And it made him look pretty magical, and I think he looks cool. Here's a drawing I did to him being really chill. Because part of the project we did is where we had to make fake advertisements for it since we were making like an animation. So we made like what if it was on Cartoon Network? And we had this whole, we just had him just hanging out in space. Well, like, not really in space, but on a planet looking up at space, and a planet exploding that he decided to destroy because Tookie. You know, that's what he does. He's an itis. Yes, I think that's all we got of those characters. We have, there's another character story also called Serenity that I could talk about later, maybe, if we're really going to get into all the stories that have taken place within this world. But for now, I'm not going to worry about that. Okay, let's go back to Photoshop again. Okay, back into Photoshop. And I'm going to search for something really quickly.
Hey, Pepper.
Yes?
My podcast is right now talking about something that you and I have talked about that you're going to really like. I will play it for you later.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Just remember 1 hour, 48 minutes, okay?
1 hour, 48 minutes. Okay, I also just found some more images that where Badam's got people commissioning artwork of the characters. So I will put those on the screen as well. Here's one of Lily. Oh wait, you guys can't see it. There you go. Here's one of Lily. Let me move the windows over a little bit. What the frick? Oh, blah, 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 blah. There you go. Good. We're good again. Here's one of Lily that I think is pretty cute. I like this. Yeah, Badam's had several commissions done back at the time when we were, like, just out of high school. Because we were very fascinated with the thing we had made, and we had wanted to continue it, but we didn't really have the resources to make another full animation, nor the time. Because, like, we were very lucky in the fact that we got to spend all of our school time every day, every other week, for a week, being able to work on an animation, which is hard to find that time afterwards. Here is another one of Lily, looking really cool. She got a little bit of a costume redesign in our sketches after the animation came out, where her outfit became just a little bit more solidified, I guess. A little bit, made a little bit more sense, or made to make a little bit more sense. Firespreader says, ooh, cute, she's seriously nice, thank you. Green Goblin looking girl to cover if that's alright. Heck yeah, we can do that, that'll be a Bliska. Vale says, no, please do keep talking about everything and anything all the time. I could be interested in everything all the time. Okay, heck yeah. Firespreader says, getting a little more aggressive with the drum beat noises there, Pepper. What was I doing? Was I being silly? I do that. That's a thing I do. Thank you for letting me, like, see, this is the best sort of stuff. I just get to talk about all my characters in depth, and it makes me happy. I love doing that. Here is another one of Penelope. also really cute. I don't know who that character is. Badam will just sometimes get a character drawn by somebody or commissioned and then just send me it, and I'll be like, oh nice. I don't know how this came to be or who that person is, but I like this. This is Penelope. Looking cool. Okay, let's see. We got a few more. This one, just a cute little turkey. Cute little chibi turkey. Cute little chibi turkey. I don't know how this one came about, but it is also pretty cute. Bottoms really likes turkey. I don't know if you could tell. I don't know how this came about, but it's really cute. It looks almost like a Pokemon sort of thing. Just like, but it's Toki standing up and in a suit for some reason. But it's I love this. It's adorable. It's Toki being adorable. Really good stuff. And then we also have, I don't know if we saw this one. I can't really get it. Let me get this manually. And then we have another Badam's drawing of Sylvia. There you go. Cool. That is the What's My Catchphrase Again gang and all their characters. There's a lot of sketches I could go through as well, but we're not going to go into that much detail with everything. That'd be just really going off. Because at that point, I might as well just like have a whole stream dedicated to What's My Catchphrase Again. So that all came because one of you chose Sylvia Spurlock. Yes, this is her. I would like to draw all of my characters from What's My Catchphrase Again on here, but that may take some time to do. So, alright, there we go. Next we're going to be talking about Abiska. You wanted this character. This is Abiska. Let me get some art of her up. Alright. This is Abiska. She is actually probably my oldest OC from this whole list. I made her when I was like 13/14. She was actually a Homestuck fan troll of mine because I was really into Homestuck back in the day. And I made her as a character back then. Basically, as a representation of myself, she was like another character that was kind of a persona of mine back in the day. And she developed into her own character. You can actually see some of her old art back here when she was still Homestucky. But this is a more recent, more current artwork of her. And she's cool. I like her. She also meant a lot to me growing up in terms of being a representation of me and who I kind of wished I could be, being a closet trans girl and all that. Sexy Pistol says, what if their outfits were frozen what? What if their outfits were from previous owners with actual powers and the students so happened to have accidentally came across them and the cat who was in charge of guarding has to put up with them? That could be interesting. I think I'd have to talk to, like, when it comes to lore, I really like the idea of you guys adding stuff to it. Since I share the catchphrase lore with Badams, I'd have to ask Badams if they would like that as well to confirm it. But, like, please absolutely do give me ideas and stuff like that. I like that. That is good. Firespirit says, whenever I get the chance, I want to do some full writing on all the old characters I made over the years, especially many of my old RP ones with the countless groups that I was a part of. Yeah, nice, you can do it. J-Ho says, same. God, I was in Homestuck. Me too. I was one of those obsessed 13, 14-year-olds. I was so freaking into it. It was my life for a couple years. For the first couple years of high school, it was my life. And what a good life it was at the time. It's pretty good again now, but in a different way. That was actually like one of my peak life moments was the year I was like obsessed with Homestuck. It's just, I was so passionate about it. It was great. But, Abiska. I will see if I have a character sheet of her. I will check here. I do. I have a character sheet of Abiska, which means I can also share that to everyone who wants to take a look. I will send it in the Discord server first, of course. Alright. But yeah, because she is like one of my original characters, yeah, she does in fact mean a lot to me as well. I mean, they all do, but like she was like she is the oldest character on the entire drawing. Like, she was made forever ago. The drawing itself of her isn't, but like I made her up in my head over 10 years ago. I'm sending it into the Discord server, into Spidere decks, and I will send it as well into the chat here if anyone wants to read along with her character sheet as I go. J-Ho says, I should flesh out more of my characters. Also, start making characters that aren't an alternate universe of canon characters. Yeah, so like, yeah, she started off as a fan troll, like a fan OC of Homestuck, but then she developed into something that is not from Homestuck. You'll be able to tell from her backstory, actually, that she was very much so like a freaking Nepeta clone. But she's evolved pretty heavily since then. Firefish says, I feel like getting back into Homestuck. I remember when I was partially through it, but got stuck sadly. But I did become fond of MLP though, and that helped me a lot actually. Heck yeah. I actually never finished Homestuck. I stopped after like the really huge hiatus they had. Okay, I'm gonna read Abiska's stuff. Abiska Kloros. Basic details. She is 21 years old, the birthday being 18th of Nalt, the lone month 391 CEA, which is September 28th. She is female, uses she, her pronouns. She is 5'3", and her species is Aviskian. That is her species. She is not a Homestuck troll, like she used to be. She is Aviskian. Birthplace, Jaskerville in the Cognatus Empire. Currently located at Fendare Mountain in the Cognatus Empire. She is neutral good, and her ability class is Gauss. Abiska is a kind, green-skinned, red-horned girl hiding away in a cave. She mostly stays to herself so that she can keep away from the harm of those who hate her and her kind. Despite this, she actually loves the company of others, particularly her two best friends who take care of her. She spends her days hunting for food, playing around in her home, and decorating her residence with art and homemade furniture. She's also rather fond of makeup and fashion. Her appearance, you can see her appearance here. Her appearance. What? It's not even doing a sound effect, I just see that. J.O.'s gifted one... Yay! There's the sound. Alan Aaron has become a member. Thank you so much, J-Hill. It's been a bit. So I forgot that would make... No, I'm happy with the noise. I was just noticed that it didn't make a noise, and I thought that was weird. I like the noise. It helps me notice it. Thank you so much, J-Hill. Thank you. Thank you. Yay! We have a new name to add to the list to read later. Yes, perfect. Thank you so much for the support. It means the world to me. Truly. Okay. So yes. Abiska's appearance you can see here. Oh, also, I didn't write her name on the screen like I have been. Let's do that. Abiska Kloros. As you can see, her name follows the Homestuck naming conventions. Abiska Kloros. 6 letters. Abiskacloros. 6 and 6. I remember it. I remember making up that name. Sitting in class in high school. Okay, special abilities. Hunting. Having lived in a cave for some time now, Abiska has gotten used to living off the land and able to use her agility to hunt animals, even with her bare hands and sharp nails. Martial arts. So she also knows a fair bit of self-taught martial arts, so as to be able to fight and hunt animals for food, or to protect herself. Survival. Her martial arts and hunting wouldn't mean much if she didn't also have a fair bit of experience in basic survival. She can cook, build, climb, scavenge, and fight. Species details. Aviskians have green skin, black hair, and red horns growing out of their head. They also have a medium level increase in strength and are quite agile. I don't have much in details other than that. I'll probably add more about what Aviskians are and their culture and stuff with time, but that's all there is for that for now. She does have quite a bit of a backstory though, to the point where I will pause the music yet again and read that off for a second for you all to listen to. I think it's perfect timing because the song's ending again. There we go. Okay, history. Abiska used to live in the city of Jaskerville. When she was young, she attended school here and enjoyed going to classes and learning new things with all of her fellow students. Jaskerville is a town known for its constant chaos. Having grown up in this society, she thought that the segregation surrounding her was normal and unchallengeable. As a child, she attended a dirty old school with next to no maintenance, while the human children always received a cleaner and richer education. As Abiska grew, the city around her continued to fall further into bigotry and hatred. It became a place full of protest and separation. Riots soon broke out, calling for the exile and execution of all Monstra living in the city. The chief magistrate of the city originally paid it little mind, but once the protest started heading his way, with the blame being pushed onto him, his concern grew. At first, he tried to feign ignorance and avoid taking a side, but the riots reached the home of him and his family, with the protesters calling violence upon him if he didn't rid the city of Monstra. So he caved in ordered that all Monstra be restricted to lower food rations, be given a curfew when out of their homes, and worse. Among these Monstra was Abiska. She faced hardship after hardship. Her parents had not come home after curfew one night, and she never heard from or saw them ever again. Afraid to go outside, seeing how people like her were being killed in the streets, Abiska hid away in her home, slowly starving. She just hoped for someone to come to her. And someone did. 2 of her old friends came to take care of her. They're a pair of sisters, a few years older than her, but more interestingly, they were human. Abiska had fond memories of the 2 of them, but she was afraid of them at the start. She had watched as their type had killed off those like her, and she didn't know what they had in mind for her. They tried to talk with her at first, and Abiska was slow to listen, but over time she felt more and more comfortable receiving help from the 2 of them. They would bring her food and drink and play games with her to keep her entertained while she hid away in her abandoned home. But the city still hadn't reached its worst point. An assassination attempt was made on the chief magistrate. It was never revealed to the public whether it was done by a human or a Monstra, but they did know that it was unsuccessful, and that it resulted in the final exile and ban of all Monstra from the city. Any who attempted to stay were to be executed immediately. This is when Abiska's friends stopped showing up. After a week of nothingness and hunger, Abiska was on the verge of starving to death once again. But this time she wanted to do something. She didn't want to hide away, never to see them again, like with what had happened with her parents. So she left her home for the first time in who knows how long. She stole some food and began a search for them. But it wasn't long before she was attacked. She ran back to the building that she called home as guards and humans tried to break their way in. When they realized that they couldn't, they decided to burn her out. They set the house ablaze. As she sat crying and afraid, the house burning around her, one of the 2 friends showed up, having entered from one of the secret entrances. It was the older sister. She helped Abiska escape the flames and finally get out of the city once and for all. They went up into the Spidere mountains some miles away and came to a cave where they decided to make camp. Here is where Abiska learned that the sister's father had tried to take them away after he discovered that they had been helping a Monstra. But the older sister managed to break free and come rescue Abiska from the fire. The older sister offered to run away with Abiska, but she refused. She knew that the older sister would miss her younger sister, so she offered to take care of her. She offered to take care of herself. The sister was hard to convince, but decided to comply as long as she could teach Abiska some basic survival skills she had learned herself. So, together they made a home out of the cave and held small one-on-one classes where Abiska was taught simple survival. After the sister finally left, Abiska settled into the cave and lived there from then on. She used what she learned and then bettered it. She taught herself how to hunt, how to camp, and more. In her free time, she learned to paint and ended up painting her friends and her parents on the cave wall. After almost a year of solidarity, the older sister finally came back. But this time, also with the younger sister once again. Abiska was so happy to see them that she instantly began to cry. The younger sister jumped onto her with the biggest hug imaginable. From this point onwards, the sisters would come to visit Abiska every week to deliver food and spend time with her. This time around, it was Abiska teaching them things. She showed them how she learned to make clothing, a skill she had picked up in her time out here. So in future visits, the sisters ended up bringing clothes from the city for the 3 of them to experiment with. Abiska gained a fond fascination with fashion and clothing. Alongside this, they would bring updates about the status of Jaskerville. Things had settled down, but not in a good way. More so because all the Monstra had finally been rid of by the people. Unfortunately, some humans did also discover that Abiska had taken refuge out here, often leaving signs and markings of hatred towards her and around the mountain. Luckily, they hadn't yet pinpointed what cave she hid away in specifically. The sisters had to be extra careful when trekking up to her from then on, making sure not to be followed. Sometimes they wouldn't show up at all. Life was very rough for Abiska, but she was determined to make it work. She had to. She couldn't give up. And that's Abiska's story. Personality. While in Jaskerville, Abiska was hopelessly depressed and fearful of everything around her, but after moving to her cave, she quickly began to feel like herself again. She even became quite playful. After years of living away in her cave, she actually began to feel better than ever. Now that she was away from the chaos, she became mature, kind, and responsible, although her playful charm always stayed with her. And that's Abiska. I have several other arts of her, like a bunch actually, because she is an older character that I've had around for a while. Here's a larger version of the one on the wall that I had drawn years ago. It's actually one of those drawings that, like, it's pretty good for when I drew it, despite the fact, like, it's a much older art. Like, I drew this one before the catchphrase animations, but I feel like it actually came out really well for when I did it. So that's Abiska. It's more in the Homestuck form, as you can tell. But I also had this, of course. Of course, we had one of these going on. I also had this, which is pretty cute. There is more. I actually have a lewd artwork of her, but obviously I can't show that on stream. What else? I wonder if I have... Whoopsies. There's a certain thing I want to see if I can find. Yes, here we go. I'm gonna download this into my computer. Okay. I'm just trying to get like all the art I can of her. So that I can like post or that I can show you guys. A lot of this is going to be from when she was a Homestuck character, but that's part of the character evolution. That's how it goes. So much Abiska art. So much Abiska art. Still downloading. Don't mind me. I'm still getting them all. There's so many of them. So many Abiska arts. Snacks, how about you tell me how you're doing? What do you think of all the characters so far? This one's probably safe to show on stream, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Probably? I don't know. Maybe be safe, but I don't know.
Does this look lewd to you?
What?
Does it look lewd to you? I don't have a good lewd dar.
It doesn't, but I could see people interpreting it in that kind of way. I don't know. Like, for the people on YouTube, like, I don't mean viewers, I mean like the people who work at YouTube who would be making that decision.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
It should be okay then, I think. Okay, let me get all this stuff put on the screen. All the old Abiska art. Okay. What's Snack saying? She's damn cute looking. Heck yeah, she's a cutie. Jill says, well, of course you had one of those. What? Had one of what? Firefist honestly should be kind of character that I like to chill with. Hell yeah. She's nice. J-Hill says, I love every character. Thank you. I'm gonna ask you guys your favorites later. Fire Spirit says, I'm seriously loving the stories for the characters. It's seriously awesome and makes me smile as a writer. Oh, I'm so happy. Thank you so much. I'm glad you like them all so much. Here's a lot of art I'm going to now show of all these characters. Or of Abiska. Okay. So let's start with some of the oldest art. How about some of the oldest art I can get? Well, some of the oldest one was like the sprites I just showed you. But then I had stuff where I actually tried making a comic. This being the comic here. It was like Abiska when she was homestuck and she was waking up in her like sleep pod. And then there was a second comic panel. And it was this. This was the second she was just Nepeta. I know. I get it. She was just Nepeta. She got dressed and then she was in love with Nepeta because she was my persona basically and I was in love with Nepeta. I loved her. She did a bunch of the shipping stuff, obviously, because she was basically Nepeta. And then there's the art. And, of course, the two big sisters in the original story were actually Kanaya and Nepeta. I had a Nepeta drawing, this one. And I also did, like, asks, where people could ask questions to Abiska. Like this. I still can't get over how cute she is. Also, I have a question. Abiska, what's your biggest fear? And then she would speak a little bit silly because, you know, the Homestuck trolls got a quirk, like a typing quirk. So I've actually kind of translated that to the fact that she speaks with a little bit of a lisp. But she said, oh, my biggest fear is if I couldn't talk to anyone anymore, I really wouldn't want that. Abiska, where do you get your strength? Veggies. Oh no, not really. I guess I just try my best to get through things. I do get scared pretty often, but I learn to adjust and maybe even have fun with what I can do. Also, my friends help me, especially Nepeta. She is really nice. There's little Mew down there. Abiska, you look pretty cool. What kind of powers do you possess, and are you able to keep the peace without the use of deadly force? I don't think I should talk about my powers. I'm trying to make sure no one knows. Never mind, but no, I would never hurt anyone unless really had to. If anyone fought, not sure what I would do. And this is like the whole thing where it's like in the Homestuck era, it was like they didn't like her because of her blood color, but now of course in the translate version, in my world, it's just they don't like her because she's a monstra. But yeah, they like in Monastery Lost, they do put stuff on the bottom of her mountain or like around where they think she is to like basically harass her. Another, how do you keep safe from all the racists, basically, for those who don't know Homestuck out there? And she goes, I hide in my cave where they can't reach me. Only Nepeta and Kanaya, which is the two sisters in the translation version of the story, in the actual story, know how to get up here. They teach and protect me since, I don't remember what those were in Homestuck, actually. But since, like, in this case, since her parents are gone, they wash away all the mean markings that people write on my home. They're very nice to me. I like them a lot. And they bring food. Okay. Still in the Homestuck era. We're gonna get out of there, though. We had, like, all the cute small drawings where I drew kind of chibi-like. This one was drawn on just, like, the side of my homework. Oops, no horns, because I forgot to give her Homestuck horns. I did some other drawings. I did this one where it was a neat outfit that I thought looked cool. I did this one where she was a little surprised. It was definitely, she was absolutely 100% like just a representation of who I saw myself as before I realized I was like completely trans. At the time I was calling myself gender fluid, but like no one was using the correct pronouns for me. I had asked for like she, they, but I was too scared and most people didn't say anything anyways, didn't use them anyways, and I just kind of got nervous. But like basically Abiska was like my way of expressing myself through a character. I drew her being cute. Drew her being cute again, is the same thing, but like a little more developed, a little digital artwork. I drew her in her cave. Which is the similar cave here. See, this is where we go all meta. So let me close out some of these. So it's this room. Recognize this room? Because it's this room. I drew this one longer ago. Wrong picture. And this one was newer. I have so many tabs open of artworks. But yeah, like, I drew this one a couple years after I first made her, and I had a reference to my old art of her up here. And then I redrew her again, which is this one, a reference again. Yeah. Like with that reference to the old artwork of her. What else we got? I had some friends back on the DeviantArt days who drew her for me as well. One person drew this. I remember this drawing and the title being just Abisca with boobs. And that was the title of this drawing, this artwork. That's another drawing of her though. And then another person drew this one, which is pretty cool. 2015, wow, almost 10 years ago. Holy hell, that's weird. Okay, and then there was... I hope these people know I still treasure these artworks. There was this one, which is also pretty cool. Another different interpretation of her. Do I have any others? Yes, I have... Here's the more recent one that I did. I think this one's pretty cute. She's stretching. She's doing a bit of a stretchy. He's a Abisca. She's got the safety shirt on. Yeah. I like Abisca. She means a lot to me. There's like one more and I can't find it for some reason. There's a specific art that I can't find of her. Let me keep checking in my thingy real quick. Can I close out of the tab? Okay, let me. There's a very specific artwork I want to find that I can't seem to find at the moment. Here we go. Okay, it's on my computer. Or it's on my phone. I gotta move it to my computer. Okay. Gotta save the image so we can all gaze upon the Abisca. I'm pretty sure I got the name Abisca also just directly from like Homestuck name generator, by the way. Chloros I think I made myself though. Okay, let me bring up this one. So I also try to do, so like this image here that you're looking at is the most recent reimagining of Abisca. But I did have one previous to that before I had made her a not Homestuck character. And that was this one, which was around like 2019 or so. Looks pretty good, I think. It's a little bit of a different styles when I was still figuring out art styles and stuff. It looks a little bright. I gotta... It's looking a little funky or something. I must have edited it on my phone or something. In any case, though, that's another Abisca art before she became not Homestuck. I remember drawing all the horn details all the time back in the day. Oh, the good old days. I really got to get a place where I just have every piece of artwork I've ever drawn posted. Yeah, now this is Abisca. This is the most recent Abisca design. First versus apologies for my previous messages. I couldn't help but sharing my personal favorite character I've ever written. Oh heck yeah, no, don't apologize for that. Heck yeah, send that stuff. I might have just missed it. Let me check. Yeah, personal favorite characters I've written in the past. Surtur, the former captain of the Royal Guard of the Reigning Lords of Hell. Only demon who genuinely cares about mortals and rebelled against the royal family and nearly won a duel against his ruler, but only allows Voodoo to backstab him. He was exiled, but not before teaching the princess of hell the joys and beauty of mortal life to her. That is cool. Super creative. I love it. I love it. I love creativity. I love you guys. You guys are great. Be creative. Be awesome. Share it. Share it unapologetically. Hell yeah. Fires versus cute, huggy, tackle hugs her. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. J-Ho says, oh Pepper, I have discovered an asexual dating sim character. I was watching someone play Sucker for Love 3 or whatever, and the MC is ace, but still likes MILF Goat Monster Lady. Oh, hell yeah. MILF Goat Monster Lady. Are we thinking about friggin' Paris Killer? Fires for instance, they're also good. Can I just permanently stay with her? Heck yeah. Yeah, you can be friends with Abisca. She's really sweet. She's a sweetie. So yeah, that is all of the Abisca stuff, actually. That was quite a bit. She's one of the ones that had a lengthy conversation. We had a lengthy conversation about her. Let me exit out of all this other stuff as well. Okay. That's Abisca. We have... I think we kind of already talked about me, like at the very, very beginning, so I'm gonna get rid of that as well. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 here, and then we have like some of the other characters as well, which will be from the other stories. But yeah, for now we got these ones left. Oh, this is gonna bother me. I gotta fix this. I gotta fix this. Is all. There's a line there. It shouldn't be. There you go. Oh wait, no, that crosses myself out, or my old self out, I should say. That's why I didn't do it. Next character on the far most right, Sasha. This is Sasha. Let's take a look at Sasha. There he is. This is Sasha. Let me bring up my Sasha art. Sasha is a character I actually kind of just drew out of nowhere one day. One day. Let's see. Here we go. It's Sasha. This is him. This is a drawing I did also some years ago. Let's get a good zoom in. I keep forgetting to do the zoom ins on some of the characters. Sasha. Oh my gosh. Draw a card. Thank you. The sweet. Yum, so tasty. Yeah, here he is. Here's Sasha. Got some thick thighs, which I will admit was actually by accident. When I first drew this drawing, I was trying to do like an angle of looking at him from upwards, like looking at him from down below, like as if he was standing above the camera, because I was practicing camera angles. Didn't really work well. There are definitely ways I could look at this now and see how I could fix it. Like, for example, I should have drawn the skirt more like this, to like appear upwards. But I didn't do that, and now it just looks like he has very thick thighs. So I do wonder what would happen if I like change that. Like I can go into the liquefy tool and liquefy his legs to be less thick. Unthicken him. Oh. Unthickify. Yeah, I could just go, I could just do this and make him look less thick. That's still pretty thick though, honestly. I wonder if I should keep that, actually. Because that's still pretty thick, but it's like, it's just the proportions are a little bit better this way. Anyways, this is Sasha. Sasha Femmington. Femmington. Let me see if I have a writing on him. I'm not sure if I do. Yeah, I don't have any of the long writings, but I have a simple writing, which I can bring up. Okay, Sasha Femmington. Age 20, birthday May 4th. May 4th. We actually recently had his birthday. I sent him into the server recently. Gender, male, he, him. Height, 5'7". This might change also with, like, in terms of the, some of the, what am I saying? The pronouns. I might make it so he's, like, more gender fluid or something. I want to check something because I might have another resource on some of his info. Let's see. Going back to the old height chart, because I don't know if 5'7" is correct. Because I know he's supposed to be short. Yeah, he's 5'4". He's a shorty. Okay, he is 5'4". Species human. Place of origin, River Dwell, California. He is from Earth. In Realm Y, because he's from Earth. He's lawful good. Species details, human. Description. Sasha is a cute, quiet, and very shy boy who lives alone in an empty home. He spends most of the day in a dark bedroom playing video games and going online. And most of the night dressing up in pretty clothes and putting on makeup. He absolutely loves looking and feeling cute, but is often way too shy to go outside to show it off. This, in combination, gives him a sort of messy but pretty look, which he doesn't quite mind. He particularly likes dark clothes that match his sleepy eyes and long hair. Skirts, jackets, anything that is just a little too big for him are his favorite. So Sasha's history. Sasha spent all of his childhood staying away from other kids. He was a student who would always sit in the corner of the class and avoid all attention. As an adult, he managed to get his own place pretty quickly, actually, as he was kind of well off with his parents. But he did so trying to get away from his family, actually. His family kind of assumed he didn't really like them for doing so, but in actuality it was because he wanted to do his dress up, try on pretty clothes, wear makeup, and grow his hair out without having to worry about people wondering about it. He had been told before by strangers that they thought he looked like a girl, and now that he has more time alone, he wants to experiment with that idea, and that he does, as well as play video games, watch anime, and stay up all night. You'll have no idea when I wrote this character. That, of course, it was pre-transition. Of course, it was pre-transition. So maybe in canon, Sasha's an egg. Who knows? I actually that's almost. It's funny. Sasha's name was Sasha Pennington, and I think I actually wrote Sasha Femington one day, and I realized it'd be funny if in his canon he actually changed his last name to be Femington. In his history, he did that himself. She also looks like a cutie who also looks shy, and that makes me want to head pat and tell her it all okay. Oh, and a boy, still head pats. Don't steal the thighs. You want the thighs to still be as thick as they were, because those are pretty squishy. Pretty squishy thighs. Also, my taste and partners are very much acting up. I might take a walk really fast before I say things I shouldn't. Okay. I hope everything's alright. Vice versus, by the way, who's the character next to Cleo's left that we haven't covered yet? I'm kind of curious. We will get to that character as well. That's all there is for Sasha, though. He's just, a sleepy boyo who just likes to stay up all night and play video games and anime. And he dresses up. Excuse me. And he likes to dress up like this at night when he plays his video games. During the day, he's a little bit more nervous. James says, I am very into effeminate boy. Hell yeah! You like Sasha? Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Point for Sasha! Woo! Okay. That's all there is for Sasha. He doesn't have much stuff going on. Actually, I might have more art of him before I go away. Oh. I have this cute artwork that was also done some years ago. See, I just look at some of this old artwork and I just really want to fix it. His hair is too big. Need to fix his hair. I drew his hair to be a little bit too big. Yeah, he's a sleepy boy. Just look at those eye bags. Look at those eye bags. There you go. Made his hair less enormous. And then I should also I might just save this as the new version of this image. Because it's a little bit fixed this way. There you go. So yeah, that's another picture of Sasha. Chances they are truly my biggest weakness. Like, so very, very much weakness. Oh no. Oh no, Sasha's got ya. Got you in a tight grip. I also have some other artwork that's really lewd of Sasha that I cannot show. Like 2 other drawings that I will not show. One of them is him interacting with Ophelia. And we remember Ophelia. The olden days when I drew a lot of really horny artwork. Back in the old and horny days. I remember the old and horny days. Oh, that's the wrong color. Okay, so you wanted to talk about this character. Is that right? You want to talk about this character? We can talk about this character. This is Wendy. Let me bring up an image of Wendy. Boom, ba-dum, ba-dum. Okay. There we go. It's Wendy. This is her. I like her standing in the stars. It's pretty. She's cool. She's got them hips, as you can kind of tell. Let me see if I have any writing on her. Or if she's another one of the ones that I haven't written a full thing on yet. Which has been the case for a few of them. Okay, yeah, we just have to do a template for her. Okay, let me put her name on the screen. Dum ba 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 dum. Windarium Wendy Captiosis. That is her. Windarium Captiosis, otherwise just known as Wendy. You can see, you type in the chat and then her picture shows up. I have that for several of the characters. Wendy's certainly intriguing. Hell yeah. Fires says, fun fact about Spidere, due to circumstances in the RP story he was part of, he has a tendency to randomly show up in stories I'm part of. He's been traveling every reality for the greatest beach. Interesting. Fun. Jeff says, I might go to the server just to see his artwork. The Sasha artwork? Or someone else's artwork. I do need to send, I don't know if I've sent Sasha artwork in the new server. I need to make a place where I have like all the artwork. I need a website, and I just don't know how to make a website. I need a website so people can go like, click on this, and like, just shows all the art. Click on a tab. Do you want art from this story, this story, this story, or of this character, this character, this character? It'll make things so much easier. Maybe I'll make a gallery page or something like that in my Discord server. Like there's the Spidere decks, but maybe there should be a Spidere gallery. That could be good, honestly. Okay, Fire Spitter says, got me sold on your Homestep character. I'd love to be with her, honestly. Then again, these are all great characters. Thank you so much, Fire Spitter. Wendy's certainly intriguing. Hell yeah. Daniel says, I'm no longer sleepy after Sasha. I'm feeling other things. This is not what I wanted. I am now sore and other thing. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry Sasha messed you up like that. I'm so sorry. feeling all romantic? Okay. Or other romantic. Okay, Windarium, Wendy Captiosis. Age unknown. Birthday, I don't have the calendar with me right now to say what her special like Congress Empire Imperial calendar birthday is, but it's June 23rd for us. She's female, she, her, she's 5'8", I believe, but I also might have to check the height chart for that. She's more like, she's 5'6", it looks like. 5'6". Species, angel. Place of origin, wherever the angels come from in this world that I haven't really figured out yet. I'm kind of imagining it's like in the same location, but like kind of So, you know how people talk about dimensions and it's just like, oh, it's just similar but different. I like the idea of like, what if dimensions existed here, but they aren't actually in a different place? Like, you know, people talk about ghosts where it's like, oh, they're still here, you just can't see them. I like to imagine that that's kind of how it works with like, quote unquote, heaven on this planet, Mos Lost. So, technically, she's from just the same place, just you won't be able to see her normally unless she reveals herself. She is true neutral. She can use magic to go completely unnoticed. She can also use reality magic to make very small, slight changes to the world around her. As an angel, she has a very strong resistance to nearly all forms of magic. She can also fly with the use of her wings. Her duty as an angel is to keep everything in what her and all the other angels interpret as a balance in the universe. They fly around, investigate the world and all of its inhabitants, so as to keep an eye on everything and make adjustments to reality to keep it all in this quote-unquote balance. Description: Wendy is an angel girl from the heavens. It is her duty, among many other angels, to watch over the mortal world and keep it in balance. She usually does so by wandering the planet and checking in on various people, creatures, and entire species, all without them noticing. Okay. She, along with many other angels, see themselves as all-powerful and above those that are mortal. Due to this, Wendy can be rather uninterested at times, so much so that she won't always follow the duties that she is commanded. This has, on multiple occasions, caused some levels of chaos and unbalance to fall upon the planet. In turn, she ends up being punished by being forced to enact angelic... that's probably gonna change. That's a detail I'm gonna change. I had old horny brain detail was that she had to go do succubus duties, but that's gonna change. That is no longer part of the lore for her. Fucking horny brain, Harrison, pre-transition, silly. Yeah, so but we'll probably just be like, her punishment will probably be just like be forced to be be visible and part of the normal world for a set period of time. Seeing her, mortals will take that as a sign from the heavens, but to Wendy herself, it's just a chore. So she has kind of often slid back and forth between caring for the balance of the mortals and also just kind of like not giving a shit. So, history. Most of her life has been more or less the same throughout everything. She doesn't remember being born, growing up, or having a childhood, as is part of her angelic nature. She has always been working to keep balance, as she knows she should. Although, what she does remember is that the mortals have shown her something. Slowly, over the years, or centuries, the mortals she has met and changed the lives of in the name of balance have changed her. The fact that they never remember her existence after meeting her has saddened her, something she never expected to feel after being only ever used to the constant, never-changing simplicity of her code. She still saw herself as far better than the mortals, but she wanted them to know that. She wanted them to know her, so she began to avoid keeping balance. She became uninterested and would in turn start to do what she wanted. Sometimes she would even purposely reveal herself to a mortal just because she can. Her personality is that she is a normally serious-faced girl with a quiet speaking voice. She has a very dry and sarcastic sense of humor that she rarely uses or that people are just at least rarely understand. Many seem to find her to not often make sense or to speak in what might one call wise riddles, but are actually just plain gibberish. She still sees herself as all high and mighty despite it all. And that's Wendy. Let's see. Yeah, sounds like she has exceptionally fun other duties. Yeah, that's not part of her lore anymore. That was... I don't want that. So, who here knows of, like, P. Cruise? Who here knows of P. Cruise? Because that's a thing where you can, like, just kind of, like, design a character using, like, templates. And that's actually kind of where the idea of her appearance came from. That being this one that I did some years ago. I think it's pretty cool, pretty cute. It's a cute Wendy. This is a cute Wendy. Yeah. And I kind of tried to do it pretty similar to this artwork. Because I like the idea of like the long hair, like right here on the sides. Although that didn't really come through on this drawing as much. It is a thing, it's just hard to see with the bright background. Or like the dark background, I should say. But did we do a zoom in on her? I don't know if we did. I think we did. But I'll do it again just in case. I really like the paint that she has on her body. Okay. What's happening in chat? Fire says your legs are no longer working for you anymore, J Hill. J Hill says, I am better, so legs aren't needed anyway. Nice. Fire says Wendy's a mood. J Hill says, I had a character that was the princess of the succubus, except she was very bad at it, so she introduced pharmacology to the demon world, and her name is Vix. Vix is a good name. J Hill says, currently in lore, she married to an affectionate baker boy named Cain, and her adopted children, Lat, Dami, and Pharma. Noise. Pharma. That's funny. Fire says, I have actually, my partner uses what? Use what? What do you use? Okay, so that is Wendy. Okay. Cool. Another character done. Another character done. Oh man, it's the wrong color again. There we go. Okay, so we have 2 left out of these ones. We have Adaret and Surmay. Those are the 2 characters left. Adaret and Surmay. Funny enough, they're also both personas of mine from the past. Choose your pick. Make your choose pick. Take your choose pick. Which one? Pick choose. Coin flip time? You want to do a coin flip? We could do a coin flip. Jody, heads or tails?
Tails.
Okay, we're talking about Surmay. That's this one. We'll talk about Surmay. Let me pull her up. There's Surmay. Okay, so added lore. This one's more so background stuff again. Surmay came about because when I was in high school and I had made Abisca as kind of my persona and everything, she was supposed to represent me and who I wanted to be and who I wanted to look like and what I wanted to be. Although over time Abisca became less of a persona and more of a character, whereas now she is just completely a character. Still means a lot to me because she was a persona for me for so long and like to represent me. But because of her being very character turned after a while, I kind of developed a new persona for myself, which is this one, which was Surmay. Oop. Medication time, Jody. Can I have my medication?
It is. It's not.
I have 4 now. 4 times of taking my medication.
Okay.
Thank you, honey. Oh, you put medicine on my head. It's on my head. What are you bonking me for? I'm being bonked. Medicine bonked. Thank you. I'm gonna take a swallow. I can't believe I got through like, you know.
I should go heat up some dinner for us, shouldn't I?
If you want to, I'm probably not getting to my streams over.
Oh.
But you can have yours. Oh yeah, you got high, didn't you?
I did.
Joey's doing some high things right now.
I'm just stimming.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, I stim more when I'm high.
That's what I mean. I could just tell. I can tell with you.
Yeah. Yeah, of course you can. What?
What?
Of course you can.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know why you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, you can feel free to go eat though if you want. I'm just gonna heat up mine later when my stream's done because it'll be easier that way, I think. So this is Surmay, and yeah, when I was in high school and at that point where I was wanting to have people call me different pronouns and everything like that, I was actually referring to myself with the name Surmay. I had like one person who actually called me by my the pronouns I wanted and the name I wanted. Nobody else really did, unfortunately. Unfortunate environment that I was in, which that's like life stuff ended up making me go back into denial. But before that, this is what I represented myself with, and this is what I wanted to look like and be. Surmay. So here is Surmay. Funny detail about her is that her design actually came about because I was playing The Sims 3 at the time, and I made like a blue and black goth character, which is her. I actually do have these gloves, by the way, IRL, except it's a different thing on there. It's not this emoticon thing. It's like the Nepeta hand, or it's not Nepeta, the Nepeta shirt symbol. I got my diabetes patch on. But yeah, like after a year or two of making Abiska my main persona, this became my main persona. And now she's also just a character. I've been wondering actually, so like, let me see here. So remember this? This is Webb Harrison. I'm wondering, because this was me at the time, this is like my drawing of, my remake of an old drawing I did that was a self-portrait from when I was at the age that I made this persona. I wonder if I should have it in the lore that this is like kind of a similar thing where this person maybe just like dresses up like this sometimes. And maybe they could be the same person. I don't know. That's an idea though. But this is Surmay. There's like zero lore because it's just persona thing. I do want to make lore though, which is why maybe that can develop into a thing. So maybe Baby Harrison dresses up as Surmay. Because I did do that. I did dress up, not like this because I didn't have all this outfit stuff, but I did have like a skirt and things like that I would dress up in when I could at the time. When I was alone or away, you know. Yeah. I had the cat ears and everything. I should have added the tail. I had a cat tail I actually wore back at the time too. Like, I had the Nepeta tail. I wouldn't wear it in public, but I had it and I liked it. It made me feel cute. Maybe I should make that a thing. Maybe I should have added the tail to this drawing. But yeah, there we go. That is Surmay. I have one other drawing of Surmay as well, I believe. And this is the one I did actually when I was that age. This is the one I had originally drawn back at the time. Like, when I looked like this, I drew this. The original art of Surmay. I remember people always going like, why Surmay? That sounds so weird. I also have... I don't know if this will be able to open. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I can't. Never mind. I have like a different drawing that I started of Surmay that I never finished. I don't think I'll be able to look at it though, because it's not it's not a Photoshop document or a other sort of thing. Can I open it a different way? Nope. I'm gonna try something. This should work. This is a separate drawing. Oh my gosh. I should have zoomed in so it wasn't so pixelated. Let's try that again. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Do, 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 do. There we go. This will be better. Okay. There we go. This is a little bit higher quality. This was a drawing I started doing of Surmay a little bit before I did this one, but never ended up finishing it. I think it's pretty. It was basically what ended up turning into this drawing, but I still like it. I think it's nice. Nice to look at as a separate thing. Okay. So yeah, there's no real lore on Surmay, although I do want to make some, just haven't figured that out yet. But look forward to it, because maybe it'll happen at some point. Alright, so now we have the last one, which also doesn't have too much like in-world lore, but we'll see how that goes. It's Adaret. Adaret. Here he is, it's Adaret. This is Adaret. So he is my old avatar, actually. So before, I mean, you've seen my old avatar. I know some of you have done the redeem thing, but the detransition redeem. But I had an old avatar that looked like this before I transitioned, and this is what it looked like. And that's about it. I didn't really have much lore behind this one at the time. It was just a way to express myself through stuff. It was a very good like starting point for me to express myself in a more like pretty sort of way. It made me feel pretty with how the face was designed. There was a very early design of this of Adaret actually though also. So there's this program called Vikatsu, which is like where Jodie's image was made, like that you see sometimes show up on the streams. And originally, some years ago, I had the chat help me make one. They designed it mostly themselves as a representation of me. And that was this. That was this silly looking guy right here with the abs. They wanted the abs specifically. So this is also Adaret. Once this was made, I used this for like a few streams of VTubing before this one was finally made. I can also get the drawing of that. This one here, as you can see, have a lot of very special memories with this, where I used this avatar for a while. Have a little Spidere pin, have the scarf. And yeah, I had the idea that I was kind of like looking like a mafia cat boy sort of thing. And then yeah, I recently redrew this character here. And this is another one. There's not really much lore besides it just being my avatar from back at the time. But I want to add lore and make lore to make it make sense and fit within the world like a lot of the other characters. Oh, what's happened, chat? Wow, here we go. It's still nice though. What, you mean the art? Yeah, thank you. Okay, so. Hey, Joey. What's up with you?
I'm taking some of your M&Ms.
Okay. So that is all of the drawn characters here. Yay! Yay! It's finally done. All the characters have been discussed. Oh, there's a big missing piece right there. Let's fix that before we uncover them all. So that is all of these characters. Oh, look at this block. That is all these characters. Yay. But that's not everybody. There are others that exist within the world that I can show you images of. And that's what we're going to look at next. It's the next group of characters that we'll be ending the stream with. So, also the stories. I talked about catchphrase. I talked about, freaking... Talked about catchphrase. I talked about... Oh, I didn't talk about the story of the Lopi. Quiet Year of the Lopi. So...
Quiet Year of the Lopi is a good name for that, by the way, rather than just Quiet Year. Well,
I was thinking that. I thought about it earlier today. I came with it and I just started rolling with it. So... Quiet Year of the Lopi I can still talk about. The clandestine stories are something to talk about. Talked about catchphrase. And I talked about monster play. Okay. So there's Wanderlust. Okay, I'll have you guys choose. We go through a few images here. Or actually, I'm not gonna do the images. Do you want to talk about clandestine stories, which is about creepy, like, Victorian-styled live-action characters. Do you want to talk about... Oh... hang on. Do you want to talk about... The Quiet Year of the Lopi, which is the most recent tabletop series? Or what was the last one? Do you want to talk about Wanderlust, which is like my very, very side project with like OCs that I have never drawn digitally yet, that I can like kind of tell you about briefly. Which one do you want to start with first? Clandestine, which is the Victorian era one. Lopi, which is the most recent one with the bird people, tabletop. Or Wanderlust, which is like my own like mini series that I've been developing for years. Jay says, I gave some info on one of my groups that I want to flesh out and make their own. Noise? Oh, yeah, I see it. I'm not going to read that all out on stream right now, but yeah, that's awesome. Samus Force 5. Hell yeah. Fire Spirit says, Clandestine is the only one that I can remember at the moment. Okay, let's do Clandestine then. Okay, we have some stuff here. Let's see if I have where are my images of them? Where are my images of them? I wonder if it's in my pictures thing. Hang on. Hang on. Yep, okay, here we go. Oh, the images are going to be large. They're so large. So we have several characters here that we can look at. Oh, it's taking a while for them to load. Okay. We have the first one, which is my favorite one. This character is actually one of my top favorite characters alongside like Molly and Skya and Lychee. This guy's name is Cryptic. This is Cryptic. He's freaky. He's a freaky guy. He's like a mafia dude. Where'd my music go? Hang on. Let's do a different song, actually. That could be fun. What if we did a different song? Go put on a different song for the different chapter of the stream. Actually, I think I might have something perfect if I can find it. No, not that one. I want something chill and dark. How's this? Yeah, this is fitting for like what we're about to be talking about, really. Okay, like the type of characters we're gonna be talking about. So this is Cryptic. He is. Hang on, I'm gonna turn it down for myself as well. He is pretty evil. He is like this kind of like mafia style guy. Holds a knife, has a Tommy gun, and he runs this facility where he has a bunch of henchmen, kind of classic thing, and is currently experimenting on people, especially people who are strangely like powered or different or have some sort of energy around them, and trying to figure out how he can transcend normal linear time, basically, because he has become aware of the non-linear time. Yeah, right here he is also. I actually quite like this picture. This was me pre-transition, dressed up as the character. These are the characters from my ASMR stories, which was called Clandestine ASMR. It's a separate channel I have that I used to put content on. And they're freaky people. Stare into his eyes. Stare into his eyes. Where the listener or the person watching the video was kind of playing a part of the story as they were like the character that the characters I played talked to, and that the story revolved around. So Cryptic here. Let Let me see if I have any. I know I have other images of him as well that are cool. Like this one, looking down at his knife, being all creepy and everything. So as you can obviously tell, this is a very different type of characters from the previous ones. They're very different. You may have also seen, whenever I play GTA, I look like this character. That's because I originally got this character's idea and outfit from playing GTA 5 online. Because I tried playing GTA 5 online, and I noticed you can put basically this mask with a suit, and I was like, this looks so cool, because I was like 16. And that became the character later on, developed into a full thing where I actually got to dress up like this and do ASMR videos when I was older. Oh, the music isn't repeating. There we go. But he's supposed to be a little creepy. I mean, that's the whole genre of my ASMR channel. It was supposed to be creepy. Creepy and comforting. I don't know why I love that sort of... I like mixing creepy with things that aren't normally creepy, whether it's comforting stuff or cute stuff. I like when cute things or comforting things are also creepy at the same time. Firesworth says, if I ever can, I would sincerely love to be able to contribute to all this. That would be cool. I mean, we have people who have been wanting to develop characters as part of this world as well. So yeah, it could be really cool. Yes, okay. So, Cryptic. I don't know how I can easily summarize the story, but I think maybe I should go through all the characters first. Cryptic grew up as kind of... He tried to work in, if I remember correctly, tried to work in, like, law at first. And he had a pretty bad time doing so. Things really didn't go his way. He started getting into, like, some crime and criminal situations with some bad people. Ended up becoming, like, a second-hand man to a big crime boss, despite the fact Cryptic hated this guy. And with time, finally actually killed this crime boss, kind of took his position and a lot of his people, and then made his own faction, and in a place that he calls the Facility, or Cryptic's Facility, where it's just his thing. He is also the type of character that, like, he's very serious, but also he really wants to appear very serious. He's very much so about, he knows he's scary and he wants to be scary, and sometimes that kind of makes him a little bit silly, but, like, overall he's a freaky guy. He's staring at you right now. He's an angry man. There's some interesting stuff here. Like this, where it's a weird play on things. You know what I could have done here to make this extra cool? Is I could have done, like... I could have done this. Because they're both supposed to be him, but, like, it's different versions of him. Because he, within the story, at one point, he finally manages to travel through nonlinear time and knocks himself out. And tries to, like, rescue the Silent One, who is the character that is basically the camera, basically the audience. So once he became a crime boss, he started kind of, like, running people, as in, like, he would kidnap people, for experimentation and stuff like that, people who seemed to be special, and also there were a few other places and facilities that weren't his that did similar things that he would get paid to do the same thing for. Like, he would get paid, him and his group would get paid to get these people and bring them to those locations as well. One particular person who he was hired to take was this kind of very mysterious person who seemed to not talk. Cryptic kidnapped them in their home and tried to interrogate them a bit, and noticed very quickly the person did not speak a single word. This person is being the audience, and this character would become known as the Silent One. Cryptic tried as hard as he could to... Cryptic also, I'm sure you guys could figure it out, it's not his real name. But he tried to, like, interrogate this person, find out what made them so interesting, what made them such a high priority for this other facility to want to acquire. Ended up getting absolutely nothing, despite his usual interrogation methods being such that, being the type that had always gotten him so far in places. He delivered the person. Hang on a second. Okay, so he delivered this person, the silent one, to this other facility, and then realized he just couldn't sleep that night, and then he continued to not be able to, like, get over it. He couldn't get over what was so fascinating about this stranger, about this seemingly ordinary person who people seem to care so much about. So he actually broke into the facility just to speak to the person, just to speak to them locked away in this other location. He tried as hard as he could to get something out of them, and he couldn't. He still couldn't. And that was breaking him up inside. So he kidnapped this person once again from this place that he had delivered the person to, and brought them back to his own facility, where he had already somewhat begun the whole experimentation thing, but not to a huge degree. He was still, like, in a start kind of the facility. This is all taking place on Earth, by the way. Like, his whole character and all these characters you're going to see take place are from Earth in modern times. But that's where things will get interesting about it, the modern times aspect. But I'm imagining it takes place somewhere in, like, California. I don't know why. I think it's just because GTA. That's where the idea came from. Brought this person back and still couldn't get any more information. And so, for a limited amount of time, gave up. Fires produces Cryptic kind of reminds me of a couple of characters I've written for a DC Comics RP group and a few others. Reminds me of director Phobos from Madness Project Nexus and his God Complex. Interesting. I don't know that one. Is that one of your things or like one of the like public things? Okay. So yeah, that's Cryptic. I like him a lot. He's one of my favorites. He has a very deep, scary voice that I can do for you if you'd like, because that's kind of like one of his signature things was him having that voice. Let me also get another image of him, though, real quick. I should have one of him on the couch individually. Yeah, there we go. There we go. It's him on the couch individually. Me with my dumb white socks that I didn't think to not wear. There's his Tommy gun over there. This is like a not Photoshop version. This image is so high res. But, yeah. Let me close out of all these. Okay. Yes, please. Yes, please. What? What was this one? I don't remember what this image is. Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay. I would, if I wasn't not wanting to do it, if I wasn't literally just kind of lazy right now, I would open up GTA and show you several of the different outfits I have of Cryptic. Just watch one of my GTA streams at some point and you'll see a bunch of his outfits. I should do like a pose or something like that for him to have, to show that sort of stuff off. There he is again. This image was like has a little bit of editing done into it, so it looks a little better. Zoom in. That is such a high quality image. You can get so close to his face. Okay. Was it this image? No, this is one we looked at. Okay. So, one of Cryptic's partners in crime, one could say, was Dr. Chloro's Inkfell. I've also done his voice. Oh, yes, please, was about the voice. Freaking, I'm so silly. Also, Madness Project Nexus is a fantastic game that's part of the Madness Combat animation series on YouTube. It's absolutely brilliant. Cool. Nice. Okay, yeah, I'll do the voice. I don't know why I like freaking... Hey, should I do the voice? Yes, please. What? Yes, please, about what? That's how my brain works. I'm freaking one thing to another. Okay, I'll do the Cryptic voice. I'm gonna be creepy. I'll see if I can do it. It's like really deep, and I don't know how well I can do deep voices anymore, but I'll try.
Hello there. My name is Cryptic. And today, I just want to ask you some questions.
That's the Cryptic voice. I hope that came out well. I really can't tell. That's his voice, though. He's a creepy guy. I'll also give you the voices of the other characters, because these characters are very much defined by their voices with a lot of this stuff. Okay. So next character is Detective Chloros Inkfell, who is kind of the fan favorite. Like, Cryptic was my favorite, but Chloros Inkfell was the fan favorite character. And this is him. Chloros Inkfell, also another character that was me dressing up. Wait, I should make this a little bit brighter. Me pre-transition dressing up as one of these characters. This is him. As you can tell, he's a plague doctor. Welcome to the stream. Starlight Plays. Hello, welcome to the stream. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you enjoy the content. 5 versus that genuinely chilled me. Hell yeah. Good. That's the point of Cryptic. He's supposed to be fucking scary. Good. 5 versus damn. Hell yeah. Creepy voice guy. Okay. Yeah, hi Starlight Plays. Welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you enjoy the content. We're talking about my characters. So this one is Dr. Chloros Inkfell. He was the plague doctor. He worked as the second-hand man for Cryptic. Cool me a burpee. Basically, he was the doctor. He worked in doing a lot of the experiments and kind of like the anatomy and understanding of the people that were kidnapped, while Cryptic did a lot of the like more aggressive work, I guess, if that makes sense, the more in the field work. Cryptic also, I said earlier, he like started in law. He was also had some distinct military training, which I haven't really thought of like where he got that from yet, but like I know he does have that. Chloros Inkfell isn't really as much of a fighter in that sense. He might have like a sword or a cane sword or something like that. But this guy here is, I feel like this would look really good in black and white, by the way, out of nowhere. It does look good in black and white. Oh, start, please subscribe. Thank you very much for the subscribbles. Yay! Yeah, this looks good in black and white. Looks good in color too. Hey, whatever, either way. So, yeah. Inkfell worked doing a lot of this stuff. He also, despite doing these pretty mean experiments, he actually genuinely cared about the people he worked on. He wasn't really an empathetic guy, per se. But, like, he didn't empathize for Mad Hearts. Absolutely, thank you. Absolutely, I appreciate it very much. So, yeah, like, he didn't necessarily empathize with the people or what he was doing, but he did care about them, because those are kind of different things. Like, you can like somebody and appreciate or enjoy a person without that sort of stuff, without actually like empathizing with how they feel. Stars is Mad Hearts, no, right? So, and oh no, gotta go. Okay, see you later. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, so when Cryptic stopped giving any attention to the Silent One for a little bit, just having become super tired, the Silent One was kind of locked away in this underground chamber, away from a lot of the other prisoners who had been kidnapped and started to be experimented on. Once again, this all takes place on Earth, but there's just been there's this realization among some of these characters here that time is non-linear. I don't know exactly where Chloros Inkfell here came from. Also, I should write his name on the screen as well, by the way. There you go. Chloros Inkfell. I don't really necessarily know exactly where he came from, but I do know that he came about because of nonlinear time, with the whole thing about him being a plague doctor, obviously. So, like, he isn't from this current era. He came from somewhere else, sometime else. And Cryptic knows that. I don't have the lore figured out of how they came into contact, but also, like, neither does the audience, so it's kind of like supposed to be that way in a way. Yeah, so he, as closing felt like Inkfell gave some attention to the prisoner slash the silent one slash the patient. Cryptic had this tendency to call all of the people that he had taken his prisoners, while Closingfell tended to call them his patients. I will say, just because I want to be outright about it, there was definitely inspiration that came from the YouTube channel Ephemeral Rift, which was a good ASMR channel that also had a Plague Doctor character in this like asylum place, whereas mine was about a facility but also had a Plague Doctor. There was it started off as like this paying homage thing, but then turned into a whole thing where like, yeah, like it was another one of those things that started off explicitly as like a fan work, and then I just kind of wanted to make it myself, if that makes sense. Okay, so excuse me. So I'm gonna turn on the cool air again because I'm getting toasty. So in this underground chamber underneath the facility, Inkfell kind of grew also quite interested in the Silent One, in this patient, noticing the specialness behind this person. Firespirit says, ooh, Plague Doctor. I use a Plague Doctor avatar for VR chat to help people, to help give my mental split somewhat of a physical body to use. It sucks when it generally feels like having people sharing the same body. Yeah. I'm sorry. Okay. Yes. So we have a few images of Crow's Inkfell, who also ended up being kind of an advisor to Cryptic. That's why this image is called The Advisor. Kind of helped Cryptic along almost to the point of like telling him how to do things and how to go about things in general. This one looks pretty good in black and white, actually. Either way, really, though. But almost to the point of him manipulating Cryptic into going certain directions, while Cryptic was kind of losing his handle of controlling the facility, as he kind of drifted out of his mind, in and out of his mind a lot, and his like control, because like he started off growing into like this place of power with the facility and criminal activity, youthful, and then learning a lot of things, and then he became like step 1 was his growth, step 2 was his position of being in growth, and then step 3 was his kind of obsession with curiosity, specifically curiosity around the Silent One, who he just had this very problematic attachment to. Problematic for him, I mean, as in like it messed him up mentally, this obsession he had. Welcome back, Starlight Plays. Okay. And yeah, so Closingfell started to manipulate a lot of stuff behind the scenes, including Cryptic, and how Cryptic approached the facility and doing all this stuff. As to why, that hasn't been discovered yet. I think I have some more pictures of him, I believe. Do I not? Maybe I don't. Those might be the only 2 pictures I have of Closingfell. Obviously you can see them on my actual like ASMR channel if you actually want to go watch these characters. I also have a voice for him. Funny enough, Jody likes this character's voice a lot.
I do.
Yeah. Closingfell. I can do a voice, his voice as well, if you would like. Let me read the chat as well, though. Fire Spidere says, my split shares the same for the deity that is my profile, V2 model, and character thing is cursed by. There's one massive story that's too big to put here in single messages. Sadly, that explains things. The name for them is Amon. That's nice. Well, if you ever want me to refer to you with other names like that, I'll be happy to. Okay. I shall do a Closingfell voice. Prepare yourselves, chat. Prepare yourselves. Because his voice is also kind of creepy, because the whole theme is creepy. Yes, please do the voice. I shall!
Hello there. is Dr. Clodo's Ankbell, and today I shall be examining your brain.
That is Clodo's Ankbell's voice.
Ooh.
What?
Chills.
Yeah, that's what the hope is. I hope that the characters can give chills. That's Clodo's Ankbell. Next, let's go into one of the silly characters, actually. There is a silly character. Bam. This one, Officer Jimmy. I love Officer Jimmy. Me and the pals, we love Officer Jimmy around here. Let me make him a little bit more visible. Yeah, Officer Jimmy. So, you really ought to be a voice actor? I really want to be. Voice acting is awesome. I love doing it. So, Officer Jimmy is an officer. He's a police officer. But he also seems, as you can tell, to have come from a little bit of a different time period. More so this time, kind of like a 1940s, 30s style thing was my inspiration. You mentioned DC earlier. My inspiration actually did come a lot from like Gotham style stuff. So like I like to imagine that in the Spidere version of Earth, there's like a Gotham-like city where things have that like style and aesthetic, which is why he even looks like this. He's not actually from a different time period. He just looks like this. But also, there may or may not have been messing with the nonlinear time stuff that was mentioned before. Let's take a closer look at Officer Jimmy. This is Officer Jimmy. It's weird seeing my hands actually back then pre-transition because my hands don't look like that anymore. That's weird. I hadn't realized my hands had changed so much. They don't have like all that hair. They don't have, the veins aren't so there. I guess if that makes sense. My hands look like girl hands. Jody, isn't that weird?
Hmm?
My hands don't look like this anymore.
No, they don't.
Huh.
Estrogen does change hands. It can also change feet.
Yeah, I just didn't realize, like, that's one of the ones I guess I didn't notice so explicitly.
Yeah.
Huh.
Your hands are lovely.
Thank you. Starlight Plays says, back I toothbrush lol. You got a toothbrush? Nice. Good. Fire Expresses, by the way, I'm only going to be able to listen in on this character, but I'll need to get going, unfortunately. Okay. Well, thank you for being here so much, Fire Spitter. Thank you so much. So, Officer Jimmy, before the Silent One had been taken, Officer Jimmy had actually come across the Silent One in such a way where he was kind of being bad cop, basically. He was being a bad cop. He took in the Silent One, having thought that they stole a bicycle, which they did not do, and tried to interrogate them to no avail, and ended up letting them go. But, like, of course, because being a cop made a whole mess. Wynn says, I just awakened from passing out in my chair. Madness. I hope you had a good sleep. Vice versus no worries. It's always a pleasure to be here. All the same. Heck yeah. Okay, so let's take some look at a few more images of Officer Jimmy. I should have some in here, I believe. Maybe not. I do have some that weren't edited. Like, you can see the orange tip on the gun, for example. This one I remember liking a lot. Him thinking a little bit. So he's pretty he's a silly guy. If you want to think about comparing characters, he's like the dude version of of Rio. That's his personality, basically. Starlight Plays says, I'm Starlight, he was my new favorite YouTuber. Hell frickin' yeah. Hell frickin' yeah. Achievement. I've made an achievement today, thank you. I'm glad I'm that good. After only like 10 minutes of me just rambling about characters. Okay, so yeah, this is also Officer Jimmy. So, to continue off with the story, with the Silent One being in the underground chamber, was at one point moved up back to a normal prison cell, basically, where Cryptic interrogated them and saying, like, I'm so tired of you. Why won't you say anything? I'm back. I left you down there for literally 2 years, which is also true. Like, I left you down there for 2 years, and you still won't say anything to me. You still won't say anything. And he's just really upset and interrogated for a little bit. And until finally, like, leaving them just in that room for a little bit. And not long later, that same day, Officer Jimmy breaks into the facility and into that room and saying, hey, Silent One, I need to get you out of here, actually. I need to bring you out of this place, please. The Silent One refused to do so. And Officer Jimmy was like, well, what the fuck? Also, the Silent One refused to do so, not by saying that, but just by, like, not actually escaping despite being untied, and tried to be led out of the room. Instead, they just kind of sat there and were like, eh. And Officer Jimmy's well, like, well, alright, boss isn't gonna like this, but okay, whatever. I am your new favorite YouTuber. Yay! I did it. Thank you. So Officer Jimmy left. And with that, let's see, a different character approached. That character being Detective... Oh, actually, also, Jimmy's last name, by the way, I forgot. He's Officer Jimmy Oblique. The next character is... Oh, what's his first name? Oh, what's his first name? Let me go right. Let me go to the things. Watson, right. So, his boss, Detective Watson Goodnight, came in to try to... did that happen first? I need to go check out the timeline. I need to go check out the old timeline of this channel, this series. Firespear says, by the way, who is Rio that you mentioned earlier as a character comparison? So Officer Jimmy is similar to Rio, who is the redhead one that I read that whole story of earlier. I might still have the image up. Whoops, 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 whoops. Oh. This one is Rio. That one. The red. This one. Okay, let me also close this. Back here. Okay, we are going to close some more of these images. Okay. So, right, I was looking at the timeline. Let me go to that real quick. So, later on, Cryptic in the story came back and actually cleaned up the prisoner, apparently hoping to introduce the prisoner being the Silent One, hoping to introduce them to someone who was coming over to view them for whatever reason we don't really know. Something to do with what the facility was doing with all the experimentation and stuff. Cryptic cleaned up the Silent One himself, wanting to do so to just try to talk a little bit more. And with that, still didn't get any more information or speaking or anything like that, and left. For the person who was to come and view the Silent One finally enters, only for that person to actually secretly be Officer Jimmy's boss, Detective Watson Goodnight. Detective Inspector Watson Goodnight, who is this guy here. He's also mysterious. He's kind of like, quote-unquote, Cryptic's rival, but not knowing that yet. So he's here as this person. Cryptic knows who this person is, but also here he knows who Detective Watson Goodnight is. They have history, but he didn't know that Detective Goodnight was the guy who actually showed up. let us write Detective Goodnight's name. Okay. It's a long name. Detective Inspector Watson Goodnight. That's who we have here. Let me make it a little bit larger. Firefish says, I love Rio, heck yeah. And also says, my brain is definitely shutting down, so I know I won't be awake much longer. Listen to this. That's okay. If you want to head out, you can. I was hoping to not do a part 4, but if it comes to it, I can do a part 4. Although we are pretty close to the end of all the characters. So he comes in and says, I am going to rescue you. I'm going to get you out of here, actually. I am going to get you out of this facility. And this time, and this is like, just like, wait for me. And this time, the second one actually seems a little more interested and curious. Detective Goodnight leaves. Unbeknownst to Cryptic, who doesn't know any of this happened. I can get you another image of Goodnight. Here he is again. I should have more. This one, there's also Detective Goodnight. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Yeah, okay. So he leaves, only for someone else to try and come back to the room to talk to the Silent One. And that is Dr. Closingfell. Just kind of talks to him, gives him a normal checkup, but gives him some weird hints about things. Then later on, some days later, the Cryptic comes back in, and the Cryptic comes back in and says he knows something is up, and kind of acts a little freaky to you. I wonder if I have that image, because that's a good image of Cryptic. If I have it anywhere. I probably don't. The thumbnail of this image is what it is. Yeah, I can't really get it. Can I? Not really. It's small. Look how small that image is. What the frick is happening? Look how small this image is. But yeah, I like that image. We're zooming in super close on my jacket. On Goodnight's jacket. Goodnight's jacket, my jacket. His name is legit Goodnight. It is, but spelled weird because it can't be legit Goodnight. It has to be a little different. Starplay says, "You're the best. I'm happy to be in a live like this. Heck yeah, thank you. Thank you for being in my live stream. I really appreciate it." Okay, so later on, this really freaking fucking creepy guy comes in. Another creepy dude. So also, Goodnight doesn't have much of an interesting voice. It's kind of pre-transition voice. Jimmy Oblique, Officer Jimmy, he had a funny voice. It was just pre-transition voice, but also with like a city accent. He was like, "Hey everyone, it's Officer Jimmy here." It was kind of like that. That's just how he talked. It was funny.
That's just like, that's a silly voice you just do in regular conversation.
Yeah, that's where it came from. Like, I do that voice nowadays because it's funny, because that's where it came from. And also, every time I do his opening of like, "Hey, Officer Jimmy here," I always end up smiling.
Pepper.
Yeah?
It's Pepper Smirt.
It's Pepper Smirt. Oh my gosh, he is Pepper Smirt. Here, it's Officer Jimmy here. Yeah. Okay. It was obviously deeper, though. He doesn't sound like me as much. He sounds like pre-transition me, where it was like... I wonder if I can even do that anymore, if I can do his voice. I have to go back to pre-transition real quick. Hello. 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 Hey, everyone. Hey, everyone. Hey, everyone. Hey, everyone. It's Officer Jimmy here. Something like that, I think. Probably. It's Officer Jimmy here. You wish you could stay, but you gotta go to school. Okay, go have fun, I guess. Bye-bye. Goodbye, bye, bye. Goodbye, bye, bye. Vice versa, I'm gonna probably have to head out, actually. I wish I could stay longer, but natural calls. And I must answer. Take care, Pepper. Keep chasing that endless horizon of yours. Love from Scotland to you. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for being here, Fire Spitter. Heck yeah. I'll see you again laters. Tomorrow is Thursday. There's no stream tomorrow. Is there? Wait, yes, there is. Tomorrow's Lesbians Love. Yeah, okay. Tomorrow's Lesbians Love. Friday is Minecraft. Right. Okay, yes, that's right. Okay. So, where's the creepy guy? I don't think I have any, like, special pictures of the creepy guy like these ones. Because I actually did, like, a photo shoot with some of these characters, and I didn't get to do that with this character. Because this character was made afterwards. Oh, man, I don't even have any pictures. You know what I could do? Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change the window capture to, frickin' Google again. Okay, here we are. So you can see the actual timeline of the characters and everything like that, which I've been basically very quickly summarizing. This guy is the next character that came up. He is Jeremy. He's freaky. He's also like a scary guy, who you find out is an actual kind of like amalgamation golem almost that Cryptic was able to make after all this experimentation on people. He was able to make a person, which ended up being this freaky guy, who, yeah, I mean, like, he makes me uncomfortable. Like, look at that. Look at that. Look at this face. Joey, does this make you uncomfortable? Yeah, it's... I need to screenshot this. This is a good freaky image, actually. It's just our guy. Gotta add this to the files, because I just happened to go right here, and that's a good, uncomfortable image. The lack of nose and the facial spacing is what's weird and uncanny about it. Yeah, he's an uncanny guy. He's Jeremy. He's gonna be really weird. This is good for me to get some screenshots of these characters. But yeah, he's a bit of a freak. He doesn't know how to act. He's very not good social. Yeah, he's uncomfy. Yeah, he's a little uncomfy. But I know some people liked him and actually made some really good fan art of him that ended up being pretty cool. I'm gonna get another screenshot of this because I don't have any images of him apparently. I probably deleted a bunch of them at some point. Okay. What else happened in chat? Five versus, wait, what? Hank J. Wimbledon? What is that? Looks like Hank from Madness Combat live action. Lack of, yeah, I still don't know what that is. Good noodles though, Firesplitter. Ren says, listen, there are women that are into literal mass murder cannibals. So Jeremy has a chance. Well, he's not, he might be a killer actually. He probably has killed people. Hang on, I got like a bubble in me. Like, I remember something in particular about this character is that, like, after I did this video back then, I remember rewatching it and I myself was uncomfortable. Even I then thought, like, maybe I should have dialed this back a little bit. Because it made me feel weird. Okay. So, yes, there we go. That is Jeremy. Okay, what else we got? let me look at the playlist down here. So here's where things get a little bit interesting. So we got a freaking phone call between Detective Goodnight and Chloro Zinkfell. Because it ends up Chloro Zinkfell was helping you get out of there. Who knows why? We don't know why. But he was helping you get out of there and into the hands of Detective Goodnight. So he talks to you for a bit. Prepares you with some like serums and potions he'd been working on to get out of there. And then something happens. If you don't like ASMR, I would suggest you mute for the next few seconds because I am going to unmute this.
Trying to leave me. My silent prisoner.
Yeah, so Cryptic comes in and murders freaking Inkfell. I mentioned earlier there was a death. That was the death. That was the death that made a lot of people upset. A lot of people were like, no, Chloro Zinkfell, what the fuck? Because they really liked him, and they're very sad that he died. I'm looking at all over the comments now. I'm genuinely sad. Yeah. Near the end, you might even shed a tear. Yeah, so, like, that happened, and then Cryptic's like, you're never leaving, and actually drags you out into the woods to have this final episode that I haven't done anything since, where he's in the woods with you, but then something extra weird happens, and we're gonna look at that part too. Rest in peace, Koros. Yeah, he got.
Yes, I do.
While talking to you, he noticed that him sipping a little bit of his drink was making him not feel good.
I do care about
And then other Cryptic shows up. The Cryptic from the future who has figured out the non-linear time stuff shows up and is like, you know what? I'm not going to let other version of me kill you. I am going to let Goodnight, my arch nemesis, and all this, I'm going to let them take you. I'm going to let it happen. And you don't know why. And then he acts just really weird towards you for a while, and then wishes you the best of luck, and that's where like kind of the story left off. Who knows if I ever get back to it. This was, oh my gosh, 4 years ago now. Holy heck. The last ASMR video I did was 4 years ago. I was still thinking of it as like 2 years ago. Jeez. Well, either way, whatever. Bro drank the poison that killed, I don't know who, oh, Joffrey, yeah. Yeah. Basically, except maybe less dangerous. It wasn't a death poison, it was more of like a knockout poison. So yeah. And there is some story after that, but it's probably not, it might not come in this same form because this was a lot of work for me to do at the time, honestly. And now it would be kind of weird for me to go back and dress up that way. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe I'll do it at some point. Maybe I'll figure out some other way to tell this story. But that is the story of, that is the clandestine stories. The last thing I want to show is like a trailer thing I made that I'm pretty proud of, actually. That should be in here somewhere. On this channel. I also had Halo ASMR where the character like Tic Tac comes from. But the canon around that is a little different just because it's Halo, and so I have like different versions of them that are from my world. Okay, this. We're gonna watch this. Actually, were there any other openings to any of these videos that were the things I want to show? I don't remember. How'd this one start off? Okay, pretty normal. Okay, I'm just going to show you this. So this is going to show some stuff from the Halo stuff too, but we can ignore that because that's a different storyline that we're not talking about today. See, like, this is some of the Halo stuff that doesn't really matter. Separate storyline where I was making Machinima ASMR. Remember, warning for ASMR if it makes you uncomfy. This will be the last of it, though. There's Tic Tac. I love Tic Tac. That guy's name is Waffle. His name was Commander Waffle.
You are amazing. This one will be a bit strange to get. I'm glad we could have this chat. Toodaloo. And thank you for listening.
I did not like that weird baby, though. That's a whole nother character. Named, what was it? Demior. That's actually a whole character. That is more lore that is undeveloped. Oh man, I'm going crazy because I have characters I can talk about. Demior, who is... There's Demior and freaking weirdo that I forget the name of also. Vilgerless Algoth in Demior. So Vilgerless Algoth, I only have an image of that I'll see if I can pull up real quick. There was never a video that came out, but there was going to be stuff with like how Cryptic was figuring out the nonlinear time stuff. They would come across he would come across Vigilus Algoth, which was basically a Nidus sort of guardian of the nonlinear time stuff. I will show you a picture of him because I did get his whole outfit. I just never ended up using it for a video. Honestly, I could have just gone through this whole thing to get a bunch of these images. This is Vilgerless Algoth. Yep. He kind of came down and was like, you can't be messing with this stuff. This ain't good. And that's something that didn't really end up happening much with. We didn't start going too much into. But with that, he was going to punish Cryptic somehow with the help of Demior, who was one of the other things that was similar to him, also being like this kind of like otherworldly demonic presence. Here's some other good pictures that I like of the characters. Here's something funny. This was the first time I ever dressed up as Cryptic. You can see how different it is. So here's like modern day Cryptic, right? We all know this. But then the first time I ever dressed up as Cryptic. Thank you, Jody.
The gun.
Your little baby.
The gun with a little orange tip.
Yep. Then we went to this, which is a little bit better. Or this. It's quite the difference to go that change there. Yeah, the fake gun. Yeah. I was 16 at this time. You mean the time when these videos were made? Yeah, that makes sense. Rain says, porcelain dolls of any kind, but especially the decayed ones, are my irrational fear. Oh, I'm sorry. You were 16 in 2019? I was 19 and 20 in 2019. Like, take whatever year it is, so currently 2024, and then I'm either 24 or the 25. I'm the year that is, or a year older than that. So, yeesh. That other image, though, this one was like, it says 2020, but that's not when this image was taken. This was, like, taken in, like, 2016 or 17, when I was still a baby. Okay, let me close that real quick. Oh, I just want to be safe with going through all my images here. We got another weird image of Goodnight writing in his journal to learn more about the person. So this was a whole storyline that a lot of people really liked, actually. A lot of people got really into this whole storyline with these characters. Here's Detective Goodnight again. Detective Goodnight, I kind of, at the time, had used, if anyone has ever seen the show Supernatural, I used Castiel's voice as inspiration for him. Here's another good picture of Detective Goodnight. Good. I had an image of the three main characters sitting together, which is kind of neat. Do I have anything else here? I don't think so. More Detective Goodnight pictures. I feel like there was something else, but I don't remember. I don't remember. But in any case, though, I do hope to actually draw these characters all as well and add them to, like, my group back there. I don't really want to add them just like the live action images because I think that would look a little silly. But I would like to add them to the thing back there at some point. You were born in 03, you frickin' infant. You frickin' little baby infant creature. Child thing. Baby infant. Okay. What else we got here? Man, I just had something in my mind and I don't remember what it was. I don't remember. I had thoughts in my head. Oh, right. Okay, I remember now. So there was something else we could look at on the ASMR channel that we might be able to finish it with. What the fuck? Rin! Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious, Rin. Okay, so there was this thing called the Clandestine Journal, which I'll put on now, which kind of also told us a little bit of lore about the characters that we will watch. I haven't actually watched this in years. I haven't watched this since maybe I made it. The facility. The location and contents of the facility are known only by the staff and prisoners who take up residency there. To outsiders, it is a place feared by all. To investigators, it is a gold mine disguised as a mystery. All that is known is that its population continues to grow as civilians around the world continue to disappear throughout history. Because, yeah, once the nonlinear time stuff was discovered, Cryptic started getting people that were not just from the modern era. Cryptic. His real name, age, face, even hair color are all unknown. All that is known is that he is the head of the facility. Kidnapping, torturing, and experimenting on humans are just a few of his crimes. Recently, rumors have been spreading that he has discovered technologies of which he uses to tamper with reality itself. He must be stopped. Just sliding in like, hey, you want a drink? Dr. Chloros Inkfell. Cryptic's second in command. Even less is known about this mysterious medicine man. According to those who've met him, his attitude is rather caring and friendly. However, no evidence of this can be produced, as every person to say so disappears within 24 hours. There are only theories. Some say he is immortal. Officer Jimmy. Oblique. On the other end, there is one Officer Jimmy, a rather brash and ambitious young man currently investigating the cryptic file. Contradictive to his true nature, he considers himself quite intelligent. He's not. Others would disagree. However, despite all of this, he has been one of the only few to break into the facility. Quite a feat indeed. What I miss? Not much. We're looking at we're looking at what's called the clandestine journal, which is like a different type of character sheet for the characters from the clandestine stories. The clandestine stories. Detective Inspector Goodnight. Detective Inspector Watson Goodnight. This is the man in charge of stopping Cryptic. An extremely intelligent and cunning investigator. He most often keeps to himself. Most see him as the hero that will someday stop the wretched criminal. Humbly, he disagrees. There are many clues that suggest that he and Cryptic once knew each other, but no one knows for certain. And I think that's it. Yep. Cool. All the best plays in one neat package, says that comment. Heck yeah. Okay, there's one last thing, which was kind of like a metaphorical video I made that was an art piece for college back in the day that I want to see if I can find. Okay, let me hide this for a second. I'm going to have to go to some of my private videos. But yeah, we're almost done. Probably when we finish looking at this, we'll stop. I was talking about Wanderlust, but honestly, I've been going for a while and I don't want to. And I don't want to. We'll save that for another time. Because it's also just like, none of that story is really solidified yet. It's all just ideas that I've been like building up for a while. Okay. Here we go. Oh my gosh. So this is about that Demure character, the creepy doll. Don't worry, you won't see the creepy doll in this image, but it is about that character. Yeah, this will give you an interesting, like, little artistic thing, I think. I can't really describe it, but here we go.
Oh, I love this.
Thank you.
You've shown me before.
I have shown it?
I think so.
And that's that.
That's cool.
Thank you. So that was kind of representing Cryptic's meeting of Demure, being the little girl, the doll, however Demure is presenting herself. And that actually being a large piece of how he figured out how to surpass nonlinear time. And like use it to his advantage later on to be punished by Vilgelas Algoth. Rusty lake looking thing, is that a thing? Is that a reference to something? James, I have a lot of those little shards that might become, but many die off and are too messy to really recall a character yet. I haven't pulled by BS powers to make it look like everything was intentional. And also says, which I support. I wish they finished the Rusty Lake story. I don't know what that is. I don't know many things. So that was kind of actually like talking about the clandestine stuff. That was very much so a different side of my content. I hope you liked it. It's very different from my typical anime characters and all that, but it's kind of creepy and also means a lot to me. There is some other stuff. I'm not sure if we can access it though, because it was actually back when I had a Patreon, of which I do not use anymore. Let me see here. Oh, I don't even know if... Yeah, I don't... I can see if I can access it. Oh. Oh, I'm just looking at the old Patreon stuff. And it's like a whole thing to see all this. Haven't been on this website in years. Like, probably literally years, honestly. I had some pretty creepy stuff. We might listen to this just because I'm honestly just curious. Let's start listening to a couple of these and see what it's like. This was like locked behind Patreon paywalls before. Now it's just here.
Hello.
For free.
For free.
This is cryptic. And I have now acquired a new PA system as my...
Okay, so it's just that. Let's see what the other ones were. There's this one. What are you curious about? It's also the PA system, it looks like. Okay, some of you might recognize that sound.
Hello, prisoners. I thought I had told you.
Oh! Hey, take a sip. Thank you for the sweets. Yummy, yummy, moopy. Welcome to the stream. I shall take a sippy. Thank you for the sweets. I just took a sippy. So yeah, this is just another one of those. What was this one?
What's happened? I was talking to him.
I think this one was just Cryptic thinking to himself or something like that, or not sure what's going on. Yeah, I like to make... I used to make a lot of this, like, creepy, artsy sort of stuff. Okay. I think we're good with that now. Moopy is the mother, right? No, Jody and me are Mooper's moms. We found out, apparently, that's the thing. That's the truth. It's the reality. I had no idea, but it's been discovered. So what were all the stories we want to talk about today? There was clandestine stories, which we've talked about. Catchphrase, which we talked about. Wanderlust, which we're not going to talk about because I don't feel like it and it's not fully developed anyways. Despite the fact it's been in development for years. What else was there? Monster Play, which we talked about. And The Quiet Year of the Lopi. We did not talk about that. What do you think, Joey? Should I talk about that?
About what?
The Quiet Year of the Lopi?
Maybe.
Or should I end the stream?
I think you should end the stream.
Okay. On the stream. Choir the Lopi, though, has some very interesting lore. And I think I mentioned before, you guys could all go see it. By just going to my channel, checking out the podcast, and finding the Choir the Lopi playlist. Because it is good. It's good stuff. Yeah. Okay, so I think that we will end it here. Because, yeah, it's been 4.5 hours, and I am quite hungry and tired. But I had a lot of fun just talking for 4.5 hours straight about all of my characters and lore. And I think it's quite funny that I've done this before, but the last time I did it, it was 1 4-hour stream. Now it was like 3 4-hour streams or something like that. This one was 4.5 hours. I don't remember how long the last ones were. One of them was 3.5, and the one before that was 3.5. So that's 6, 7, 11.5 hours for me to talk about most of the lore of the world, to go all the way in depth about it. Rin says, getting to yap about your OCs and lore for 4 to 5 hours is actual heaven. I love it. I'm so happy that there's like also people who are here to actually legitimately want to listen to it. That's like the coolest thing ever. That's the coolest thing I could ever ask for. I'm so thankful. I appreciate it so much. Let's head over back to the other screen and we'll end the stream. So, yeah, thank you everybody for being so great. We did 3 entire streams of just talking about lore. We talked about my world, we talked about how the world is constructed, and the cultures, how time works, how, like, what the rules are. We talked about all of the characters, one by one, because there were so many of them. And it's not even all of them. There is way more than that, but we talked about all the ones that kind of, like, matter, I guess. We talked about some of the stories that have taken place in the world, like Monster Play or What's My Catchphrase Again, the clandestine stories, all this stuff. Some of them take place on Earth, some of them take place in Monastery Lost, and I had so much fun. I had so much fun in this 3-part little series here to just talk about the lore and explore things with you. Genuinely curious. Let me go back to the other screen one more time, just for a seckie. I know one of your answers already, but like, out of... Oh, hang on. I gotta go back to the Photoshops. Okay. Yeah, okay. Here you go. Who was your favorite character out of this group? Who was your favorite one? Who's your favorite character out of the whole gang? Who's your favorite story? Who has your favorite appearance? Which one do you enjoy the most? I know which one of you are going to say. Yeah, Ryan says Skya. Rah. Yeah, I knew it. Who's your favorite? If you don't remember the name, that's okay. Just, like, describe them to me. I would love to know. And I sincerely really enjoyed talking about all of this. Mooper says, Mooper happy to learn of Mother and her world. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. JL says, I'm so happy you had such a great time. I am amazed that you guys actually, like, stayed here for, like, several streams, some of you, to watch me just rant about my characters and lore for hours upon end. So thank you so much. Rio says, Foxtrot and Rio are 2nd and 3rd place, though. Hell yeah. J-Hill says, you know what Sasha does to me. Hell yeah. Good characters. Good character choices. You know what the femme does to a J like me? To a J-Hill? A J-Hill? Are you a hill? I imagine that you are made of hill. I should post this. I think...
Made of the hill.
Thanks, Jody. Mm-hmm. I might not do it tonight because, like I said, I'm tired and everything like that. But maybe in my Discord server, someone remind me tomorrow, if I don't do it, remind me tomorrow to post, like, my gallery. Like, I'll make in the server, like, Spidere Dex is the channel that's for all the info and stuff. But someone remind me to make the gallery channel where I'll post every one of the characters. Like, I'll post just one art of each one of the characters for people to look at. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe with each character I'll have a link to, like, a Google Drive folder or something like that where you can look at other images of that same character with each. Like, it'll just be a picture of each one of these characters separately And with each post of an image, I'll have a link to like a Google Drive folder where you can see other images of each of these characters if they have other images. The gallery. Yeah. Mooper says Mooper will have to go back to all of them to think. That's okay. But yeah, thank you so much. You're all wonderful and beautiful people. I love you so much. This was really great. This is really nostalgic for me in some places. It was awesome. This is really cool. I want to draw more characters. I want to draw my catchphrase characters. I want to draw new characters. I want to draw my Clandestine Stories characters. I want to draw Monster Play characters. I want to draw Lo-Pi characters. I want to add so many characters. But also, like, it's so tough to draw. All this art here, this has been, like, 4 years of drawing. All the art on the screen here, at least. I have been showing you more than that, but, like, the art that you see in this particular image is that, yeah. Learning about Clandestine was nutty, I bet. It was a little different, right? Do you have any particular thoughts about it? Tell me your thoughts. I'm curious what you had thoughts, because I know it is very different than this group of characters. While you do that, I am going to start checking my members. So if you'd like to support the channel, please consider becoming a member. If you do get special benefits like emotes, badges, shoutouts, and even the possibility of joining me in streams or in my Minecraft realm. Rin says, I can't believe I never got into it when it was around. It was really interesting. Heck yeah, thank you. I'm glad you thought it was interesting. It was a different era. That was... yeah, I can't believe the last video was 4 years ago from that channel. 2020. Moopy says, Moopy and Mooper are super excited. You're separate beings? Moopy and a Mooper? I'm glad you're excited. J-Hills says, and it seems we have gained 2 new viewers in these past 2 days. That makes me happy. We have pop-ins, but one subbed immediately, and the other one came back again today. Woo. Heck yeah. I do hope they enjoy the content. We're growing this community. Friendos, we're growing this community. We're going to make some Shias out of this. For instance, maybe we can see cameos of them in other written and drawn works. I mean, I certainly hope so. I've talked about how I'm not sure about doing more videos with the Clandestine characters, but I am absolutely not, like, never doing anything with them. I am so going to do, like, it is a fact I'm going to do more stuff with them at some point in some way. I just don't know if it's going to be the same style of, like, media being the videos that I previously showed. Okay, so my current members. Alan, or actually, should we start with the tier 3 full tummies? Mooby-kun, thank you for being a tier 3 full tummy. Thank you to my tier 2 treats, J Hill and Pie, the Queen of Orange. And thank you to all of my tier 3 grubs. I'm going to go backwards this time. Fuck you. Firelord Turtleduck, Captain Firespitter, Kraken Zito, Renatazanius, Tranjack, Orange, Matt, Autumn Mayfield, Yagano Clickstrobe, Shiny Warrior Wolf, Yato-kun, Effect VR, Your Friendly Neighborhood UK Ball, Sonic Hedgehog 34, Pixel, Werewolf Game, Bonsade, Genji Shimada, Beto 1609, Little Chalice, Jay Neftis, Gray Fox, Brandon Gregg, S Blade, Larkern, Jade Bapples, Jody, Tyler A. Seymour, Bingo Chan, Baby Yoda 1212, Grim, Crash Tease, Spooker Fun Channel, City Goofy Goober, Timeless Tales, Sebastian, Lisu, Kark&80, Sasha Berg, Shane Omax, Lulu, Naster, Alfian, Fami, Mercury Moss, Bradley Percy, Commando 747, Andrew Walker, Mike, Justa Cannon, Juster 24/7, Lurking Turnip, T-Play Games, Aiden Doherty, Zach, Dylan Mole, Archer Amia, Q Squid, Moopy-kun, oh, right, Moopy-kun, you're the full Tommy, thank you, and Alan Aaron. Thank you so much for being supporters, mostly here because of J Hill, most of them. Thank you. Rin says, let Lesser burn away through time and space to drag that fucker back to life. Claros Ink fell? We'll see if anything happens. I did mention he might be immortal in one way or another, but also he was stabbed in the throat, so we'll see. J Hill says, I came up with a funny thought in the middle of the night. The tier 1s are the children of J, which almost sounds threatening. Yes. You've given birth to so many people. That's so many people you've given birth to. I have thought it would be funny, though, if, like... So, my channel, my Clandestine ASMR channel, has the character Dr. Claros Inkfell, and if, like... How would that audience react after, like, Claros Inkfell being dead for 4 years? And no videos coming out for 4 years. How would they react if it was just out of nowhere there was a Claros Inkfell video, like, brand new? And he's just like, yeah, I'm fine.
What if this was how you were announcing that you were dropping that video?
Oh, I wish.
Well, like that you dropped it right this second.
Yeah, it's actually uploaded right now. Go check. I wish. Movie says, holy moly, brood mother. Wow. Rin says, I plan for Lasser to unlock other applications of his powers as he learns more about his past. Dude, people will flip their shit. I bet. Like, I love this channel and I love that channel. That channel was more of like a side passion project to me, while this channel is more of my like main hobby. But like, man, that channel did pretty well, honestly. Like, those videos were getting, each video had thousands of views, which is like, wow. Like, my current streams get maybe 100 views, but these are streams, so I know it's different. But each one of those videos got thousands of views. Like, that most recent one, the last one, I'm just, you know what, I can just show it, and then we'll end the stream. Yeah, but also, like, if you want to support others, consider super chatting or sending donations through Streamlabs, because if you do, it also supports me quite a bit. It helps me get the foods and all that good stuff. Yeah, just take a look-see at this. Look at this. Look at this. 5.2, 9.3, 10,000. That one didn't do it. 1.5 thousand, 5.1 thousand, 4, 9, 39,000 on this one. 29,000. Freaking 87,000 views on this video. The most popular video I've ever made. 87,000 views. I can't believe that still. 45,000 views on this one. People like the Halo stuff. Yeah, these videos did pretty well. 79,000 views on this one. Oh my gosh. Huh, this one surpassed the other one. That's interesting, because I thought before this one was the more popular one. 10,000. Yeah, these videos did pretty well. But, like, they're also a lot of work and not as much. Like, I care a lot about them, but they're not my main thing. But yeah. Rin says, dude, you had views. Holy shit. I watched that one. What the fuck? The Tending to... You've seen that one before? Did you not know it was me? Did you see that one and not know it was me? That I'm the same person? Or did you know that I was the same person? Because I've had that happen before. You didn't know? That's awesome. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, no, that was me. I made that video. See, that's like the whole small world thing, but also, you know, I guess it's a popular video. Yeah, no,
Which video?
This one, the Tending to You, Halo Elite ASMR. Yeah, no, I filmed that whole thing. I voiced it. All these videos made by me. Insanity, I know. You're not the first person that's happened with the Halo ASMR stuff. I've had that happen with a few separate people, where they're like, wait, that was you? And I'm like, yeah, it was me. But, like, that content is so drastically different to what I do here. That is hilarious. I love that. I always love finding out about that. They're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that was you. What a wonderful world to know all this. Heck yeah. Rince's actual madness. I know, right? I hope you enjoy the new information. And that, like, they're all... Also, just so you know... You might like this. So Waffle, that elite that from that video that you've seen before, as well as Tic Tac the Grunt and Nap the Jackal, they're all characters that were made in Halo, but also I have translated versions of them within the Spidere universe. Like, I have a goblin that is Tic Tac. I have a commander guy who is Waffle, who is part of the species I forget the name of, the lizard people. So these characters technically still exist also in the Spidere universe, which is kind of neat. Funny gamer fact number 2. Is that so 2? Yeah, 2. Lasser isn't even a century old. Wow. Well, Lasser also exists somewhat in the same universe now, apparently, to Waffle, the elite, who is not an elite in this world. Anyways, I gotta go. I gotta go eat some food. You're all amazing. Thank you so much for being here. I love the revelations. I love talking about my characters. You're all amazing. You make me so happy. I gotta go eat some tasty food. You have to shower soon? Go shower. Go clean that skin. Clean those pores out. Okay, bye everybody. Goodbye, bye-bye. Goodbye, bye-bye. Goodbye, bye-bye. I love you all. Goodbye, bye-bye. I'm so happy right now. You guys make me so happy. Goodbye, bye-bye. Goodbye, bye-bye. Goodbye, bye-bye. Bye, 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 goodbye, bye, 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 bye.